Welcome to the Crime for Sleep channel. Let me know where you're watching from and what time it is. And don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Story 1. The funeral had been small, just family and a few close friends. Everything went as planned until a week later when the cemetery called. "There's a problem with the burial records," the director said. "The body in that grave doesn't match the DNA of the deceased." Detective Mara Collins sat at her desk, the morning light filtering through dusty blinds, casting thin strips of gold across the scattered papers before her. The case file, a simple manila folder, seemed unremarkable. She traced her finger along its edge, feeling the slight resistance of the cardboard against her skin. Outside, rain began to fall, a gentle patter against the window that matched the rhythm of her thoughts. The phone call from Cedar Grove Cemetery had come in 3 days ago. Now, as she reviewed the details, something didn't quite add up. Margaret Wheeler, age 72, had been buried following a private funeral service after succumbing to heart failure at St. Mary's Hospital. Standard procedure, until the cemetery's quarterly audit revealed a disturbing anomaly. "The DNA sample we keep on file for identification purposes," the cemetery director had explained in his soft, measured voice. "It doesn't match what we have in our records for Mrs. Wheeler." Mara lifted her coffee cup to her lips, the ceramic still warm against her fingers. The liquid inside had grown cold, bitter. She set it down again, unopened. The Wheeler family lived in a quiet suburban neighborhood, the kind where mailboxes stood in perfect alignment and lawn sprinklers created rainbow arcs on summer mornings. Thomas Wheeler, Margaret's widower of 1 week, opened the door with trembling hands when Mara arrived. His eyes were sunken, rimmed with the particular shade of red that comes only from prolonged grief. "I don't understand," he said, his voice barely above a whisper as they sat in a living room filled with framed photographs. "They're saying it's not Maggie in that grave." The room smelled of lavender and furniture polish. A grandfather clock in the corner measured out the seconds with metronomic precision. Mara noticed how Mr. Wheeler's fingers continually twisted the wedding band on his left hand. 48 years of marriage, now ended, but the habit remained. "The hospital is checking their records," Mara explained, her notebook open on her lap. "There might have been a mix-up with the bodies at the morgue. It happens sometimes, though rarely." But as she spoke the words, she felt the familiar tug of doubt. In 15 years on the force, she'd never encountered a case quite like this one. The hospital administrator, Dr. Alina Hayes, met with Mara the following morning. Her office was clinically organized, with awards and diplomas arranged in perfect symmetry on the walls. The window behind her desk overlooked the hospital gardens, where patients in robes moved slowly along winding paths. "We've reviewed all our procedures," Dr. Hayes said, sliding a folder across the polished surface of her desk. "Every death is documented meticulously. Mrs. Wheeler was pronounced at 2:17 a.m. on April 12th. The body was transferred to the morgue at 2:45 a.m. Mara flipped through the paper's time stamps, signatures, procedural checklists, all in order. "And the funeral home picked up the body when?" "At 10:30 a.m. after the family made arrangements." Dr. Hayes leaned forward slightly. "Detective, our system doesn't allow for mistakes like this." Yet somehow a mistake had been made. Someone else occupied Margaret Wheeler's eternal resting place. The funeral home was a Victorian building with dark wood paneling and carpet that absorbed sound like a sponge. James Morton, the director, spoke in the hushed tones that came from decades of practice comforting the bereaved. "We received the body from St. Mary's," he explained, guiding Mara through a back hallway where the air hung heavy with the scent of embalming chemicals. The hospital documentation identified her as Margaret Wheeler. We prepared her according to the family's wishes. Morton consulted his own records, the pages making a soft whisper as he turned them. "Mr. Wheeler viewed the body before the service," he added. "He confirmed it was his wife." Mara's pen stilled above her notepad. He saw her face. "Yes," Morton nodded. "It was an open casket service. He spent several minutes alone with her before other guests arrived." The contradiction sat uneasily in Mara's mind as she drove to Thomas Wheeler's home again. The sky had darkened to the color of slate, and the wipers scraped across her windshield in a hypnotic back and forth. Thomas Wheeler's hands trembled more noticeably this time as he poured tea into delicate china cups that clinked gently against their saucers. "Mr. Wheeler," Mara began carefully, "the funeral director says you viewed your wife's body before the service. You saw her face." He nodded slowly, his gaze fixed somewhere beyond the living room wall. "I did." "And it was Margaret, you're certain?" He raised his eyes to meet hers. "Detective, I shared my life with that woman for nearly half a century. I would know my Maggie anywhere." Yet the cemetery's DNA test suggested otherwise. Someone else had been buried in Margaret Wheeler's place. If not Margaret, then who? And where was Margaret's body? The hospital morgue was kept at a constant 50 degrees, cool enough to preserve, warm enough not to feel entirely like entering a freezer. Dr. Liam Parker, the pathologist, moved with quiet efficiency as he pulled records from a filing cabinet. "We had 3 deaths that night," he explained. Mrs. Wheeler at 2:17 a.m., a John Doe brought in from the highway accident at 3:22 a.m., and Eliza Murphy at 4:05 a.m. Mara studied the 3 files. The John Doe was he identified later. Yes, 2 days after, Michael Grantham, 70, traveling through town on his way to visit his daughter in Nevada. The pieces began to align themselves in Mara's mind, forming a pattern that grew more distinct with each passing moment, like a photograph slowly developing. "Dr. Parker, do you have any photographs of these individuals from before their deaths?" He didn't, but hospital admissions did. 3 photos on Mara's desk the next morning told a story that sent a chill down her spine despite the warmth of the office. Margaret Wheeler, silver-haired, slender-faced, with penetrating blue eyes. Michael Grantham, also silver-haired, similar build, similar features. They could almost be siblings. The revelation came not with a thunderclap, but with the soft closing of a file folder. Thomas Wheeler had identified his wife because he saw what he expected to see, a woman who resembled his Maggie, but it wasn't her. The cemetery agreed to an exhumation. Under a sky the color of pencil lead, Mara stood beside Thomas Wheeler as workers carefully removed the casket from the earth. The minister who had performed the funeral service stood nearby, offering quiet prayers that mingled with the sound of shovels against soil. DNA testing confirmed what Mara had suspected. The body in Margaret Wheeler's grave was that of Michael Grantham. Somewhere in the hospital morgue that night, 2 tags had been switched, a simple human error with profound consequences. But there remained one more revelation. one that Mara delivered personally to Thomas Wheeler 3 days later. In his living room, surrounded by photographs of a life well lived, she explained how they had finally located Margaret's body. She was cremated, Mr. Wheeler. The Grantham family chose cremation for their father by the time the mix-up was discovered. Thomas Wheeler didn't speak for a long moment. When he did, his voice carried the weight of finality. So my Maggie is gone, truly gone. I'm sorry, Mara said, knowing the inadequacy of the words even as she spoke them. Later that month, a small ceremony was held at Cedar Grove Cemetery. Michael Grantham's body was exhumed and returned to his family for a proper burial. Thomas Wheeler placed a simple urn in the grave that had been prepared for his wife, containing the ashes that rightfully belonged to her. As Mara watched from a respectful distance, a thought occurred to her that would return to her often in the quiet hours of night. How fragile identity becomes after death. How easily we can become someone else entirely with the misplacement of a simple tag. And how, in the end, what matters most is not the precision of record keeping, but the love that follows us, even into incorrect graves. The case was officially closed, but in Mara's mind, it remained partially open, a reminder of how easily the truth could slip between the cracks of human error and assumption, never to be fully recovered. Story 2. A fine mist had settled over the small town of Millfield that Tuesday morning in October. The kind of mist that doesn't quite become rain, but still manages to seep into everything: clothes, hair, even thoughts. It was in this ethereal atmosphere that Thomas and Alina Harmon stood in their newly inherited Victorian home, watching as construction workers prepared to knock down the wall that separated the dining room from what would become an expanded kitchen. The house had been in Alina's family for generations, passed down through a line of quiet, respectable millers who had settled the town back in 1887. The last resident had been Alina's great Aunt Vivian, a woman who lived alone for 40 years after her husband disappeared under circumstances that the family rarely discussed. When Vivian passed away at 92, the house came to Alina, along with its creaking floors, ornate moldings, and secrets buried within its walls. "Are you sure about this renovation?" Thomas asked, his voice low and careful, as if the house itself might be listening. "Your aunt was pretty adamant about keeping the original layout." Alina brushed dust from her sleeve, her fingers lingering on the fabric longer than necessary. "Aunt Vivian lived in the past. We need to make this place livable for today." The lead contractor, a man named Ramirez with gentle eyes and rough hands, approached with the original blueprints unfurled in his grip. The paper was yellowed, edges frayed like old lace, but the blue lines remained clear enough to follow. "We're all set to begin," he said, his voice carrying the weight of experience. "According to these, there's nothing structural behind this wall, just hollow space and then the exterior brick." Alina nodded, and with that permission, the workers began. The sound of sledgehammers against plaster filled the air, rhythmic, deliberate, like a heartbeat growing stronger. Dust particles danced in the shafts of morning light that filtered through the windows, creating ghostly patterns that shifted and vanished with each breath of air. It was midday when Ramirez called them back into the room. The wall had been mostly removed, revealing the expected lath and plaster construction typical of homes from that era. But there, nestled within what should have been empty space according to the blueprints, was a door. Not a rough opening or a boarded-up passage, but a proper door painted white, with an ornate brass knob that had tarnished to a deep bronze over what must have been decades. "This isn't in the plans," Ramirez said, his finger tracing the blueprint where the door stood. "According to this, there should be nothing here but exterior wall." Thomas stepped forward, his curiosity piqued. Could it be a mistake in the drawings, maybe a later addition? Ramirez shook his head slowly. "These are the original blueprints from when the house was built, and look at the door, it's not new. It's been here a long time." Alina moved closer, her fingers hovering over the doorknob but not quite touching it. There was something about the door that felt wrong, like finding a light switch in a room you've lived in for years that you never knew existed. "Should we open it?" she asked, her voice barely audible over the hum of the idle power tools. The workers had stopped now, all eyes on the door that had no reason to exist. One of them, a younger man with tattoos peeking from beneath his sleeves, took a step back. "My grandmother would say that doors hidden in walls are meant to stay closed," he offered, but made no move to stop them. Thomas reached for the knob, turning it slowly. It didn't budge. "Locked," he said, a hint of relief in his voice. Detective Sarah Mercer arrived an hour later, not because there was any crime to investigate, but because Thomas had connections at the local police department, and everyone in Millfield was curious about the old Miller house. She wasn't officially on duty, but she brought along a small toolkit that she kept in her car for cases that required more finesse than force. "I've always loved this place," she said, her eyes scanning the partially demolished wall and the mysterious door. "Used to walk by as a kid and imagine what it would be like to live here. Never thought I'd be breaking into a secret room, though." With careful precision, she worked at the lock, the soft clicking of her tools punctuating the silence that had fallen over the house. Minutes stretched into half an hour before there was a final, definitive click, and the mechanism released. "There we go," she said, standing back. "Want to do the honors." Alina and Thomas exchanged glances before Alina stepped forward and pushed the door open. It swung inward with surprising ease, as if the hinges had been recently oiled, revealing absolute darkness beyond. Detective Mercer pulled out her flashlight, its beam cutting through the blackness to reveal a room that shouldn't exist, a perfectly preserved bedroom, untouched by time or light for what could have been decades. The air that escaped was stale but not musty, carrying with it the faintest scent of lavender and something else, something chemical that none of them could quite place. The room was small, perhaps 10 feet by 12, with a single window that had been bricked over from the outside, invisible from the exterior of the house. A twin bed with a faded quilt stood against one wall, a writing desk against another. A wardrobe, its doors closed, loomed in the corner. But what drew everyone's attention were the photographs, dozens of them, framed and hung on every available inch of wall space. Family portraits, vacation snapshots, holiday gatherings, and in every single one the faces had been meticulously scratched out, leaving ghostly ovals of blank paper where smiles should have been. "Jesus," Thomas whispered, his voice uncharacteristically shaky. Detective Mercer moved further into the room, her flashlight beam stopping on the writing desk. A leather-bound journal lay open, a fountain pen resting in its center crease as if the writer had just stepped away and might return at any moment to continue their thoughts. "Don't touch anything," she said, though no one had made any move to do so. "This isn't just a hidden room anymore. This is something else entirely." Alina stood frozen in the doorway, her eyes fixed on a particular photograph near the bed. Unlike the others, this one had been placed face down, as if even the faceless image it contained was too much to bear. "That's my great-uncle James," she said softly, "the one who disappeared. Aunt Vivian always said he left her, ran off with another woman from out of town. No one ever questioned it." Detective Mercer carefully lifted the journal with a handkerchief, not disturbing the pen. She flipped back a few pages from where it had been left open and began to read, her expression growing more troubled with each line. "This isn't good," she said finally, closing the journal. "This is Vivian's handwriting. From what I can tell, James never left Millfield. According to this, he's still in this house." A heavy silence descended upon the room, broken only by the distant sound of a car passing on the street outside, its normality a stark contrast to the revelation unfolding within these hidden walls. "What do you mean he's still in the house?" Thomas asked, though his tone suggested he already suspected the answer. Detective Mercer's eyes moved to the wardrobe in the corner, large, solid oak, with intricate carvings around its edges. "I think," she said carefully, "that we need to call in the forensic team, and you two might want to consider staying somewhere else tonight." The investigation lasted 3 weeks. The forensic team discovered human remains in a sealed compartment built into the base of the wardrobe bones that had been treated with chemicals to prevent decay and odor, explaining the faint chemical smell that had greeted them when the door was first opened. Dental records confirmed what they already suspected. The remains belonged to James Miller, who hadn't abandoned his wife but had instead been killed by her, his body hidden within their very home. The journal told the rest of the story. James had not been faithful, but he had never planned to leave. It was Vivian who couldn't bear the thought of public humiliation, of being the wife who couldn't keep her husband from straying. One night, after discovering letters from his lover, she had confronted him. The argument escalated, ending with James unconscious from a blow to the head. Rather than calling for help, Vivian had made a decision. She had the skills. Her father had been a doctor who taught her about preservation techniques, and she had the means. The room, which had been a nursery they never needed, was already set to be sealed off as part of a small renovation. Within days, James was gone, the room was hidden behind a false wall, and Vivian began telling everyone that he had abandoned her. The scratched-out faces in the photographs were a manifestation of her growing paranoia and guilt. In her journal, she wrote about how she couldn't bear to look at their faces anymore, not James, not the family who believed her lies, not even herself. Yet she couldn't bring herself to destroy the pictures entirely. They were evidence of a life she had once had, a life she had destroyed with her own hands. The Miller family legacy in Millfield was forever altered. Elena and Thomas eventually sold the house, unable to live with its history. Detective Mercer received commendation for solving a 40-year-old missing persons case, though the victory felt hollow given the circumstances. And sometimes, on misty October mornings like the one when the door was discovered, residents walking past the old Miller house swear they can see a figure standing at one of the upstairs windows, watching. Just for a moment, and then gone like a face scratched out of a photograph, leaving nothing but a blank space where a person used to be. Story 3, the emergency room at Westlake Memorial Hospital breathed with its own rhythm on that rainy Tuesday evening in October. Fluorescent lights hummed overhead, casting a pale glow across the worn linoleum floor. The gentle patter of raindrops against the windows provided a soothing counterpoint to the distant beeping of machines and hushed conversations. Nurses moved with practiced efficiency between cubicles, their rubber-soled shoes squeaking softly against the floor. The air carried the familiar blend of antiseptic, coffee, and human worry that defined hospital spaces. It was during the shift change at 11:42 p.m. when she appeared. A woman in a standard-issue pale blue hospital gown, her dark hair pulled back in a loose ponytail, walked through the automatic doors with unhurried steps. Water droplets clung to her bare shoulders, suggesting she had been outside in the rain. She carried no purse, no phone, no identification, just a small paper bracelet around her wrist. Without speaking to the receptionist, she found an empty chair in the corner of the waiting room and sat down, hands folded neatly in her lap. 3 hours passed, patients came and went. The woman remained still, her gaze fixed on the middle distance, occasionally blinking but never shifting her position. The night staff assumed she belonged to the day shift's roster. The incoming morning staff believed she was part of the night's intake. It wasn't until nurse Elaine Proctor approached her at 2:37 a.m. that anyone directly acknowledged her presence. "Ma'am, are you waiting to be seen?" Nurse Proctor asked, clipboard in hand, her voice gentle with the practiced tone of someone who had comforted thousands of worried patients. The woman looked up, her gray eyes reflecting the overhead lights. She opened her mouth as if to speak, but no words came. And then, as Nurse Proctor glanced down at her clipboard to note the interaction, the woman was gone. Not running toward the exit, not walking to the restroom, simply gone. "I only looked away for a second," Nurse Proctor would later tell Detective Marcus Holloway as they reviewed the security footage 3 days later. "I thought maybe I was just tired, that I'd imagined her, but she was there, I'm certain of it." The security footage confirmed Nurse Proctor's account. At 11:42 p.m., the woman entered through the main doors. Camera 3 captured her sitting down in the corner chair. For 3 hours, intermittent glimpses showed her sitting motionless. At 2:37 a.m., Nurse Proctor approached her, and then nothing. In one frame, the woman was there. In the next, the chair was empty. No camera in the hospital captured her leaving. "We've gone through every second of footage from every camera," explained Javier Santos, the hospital's security director, his fingers tapping a slow rhythm on the desk as he spoke. "She walks in but never walks out. It's as if she disappeared into thin air." Detective Holloway, a 20-year veteran of the Westlake Police Department, had investigated his share of unusual cases, but this one made the small hairs on the back of his neck stand up. He ran his weathered fingers over the cold metal surface of his badge, a habit he developed over the years when faced with something that defied easy explanation. "Let's start with the basics," he said, his deep voice calm and methodical. "Who is she? Did anyone recognize her?" The hospital administrator, Dr. Alina Winters, shook her head. Her silver-rimmed glasses caught the light as she handed over a thin file. "That's where it gets stranger," she said. "The paper bracelet visible on her wrist in the footage has a patient number. When we looked it up in our system, we found a name, Sarah Matheson." "And," Detective Holloway prompted, feeling the weight of unspoken information in the pause that followed. "And according to our records, Sarah Matheson was never admitted to this hospital. The patient number exists in our system, but it's listed as unassigned. It's as if someone created a ghost in our database, a placeholder, without actual patient information." Detective Holloway spent the next week methodically working through every possibility. He searched for women named Sarah Matheson in the state database. He interviewed every staff member who had been present that night. He reviewed camera footage from surrounding businesses, trying to track where the woman might have come from or gone to after her appearance at the hospital. Each avenue of investigation led to the same unsettling void. One detail continued to nag at him: the hospital gown. It matched the current inventory used at Westlake Memorial exactly, down to the specific pattern and manufacturing label visible in the higher quality security images. Yet inventory records showed no missing gowns from that day or the preceding week. On the 8th day of his investigation, a possible break came from an unexpected source. Emily Chen, a lab technician who had been on duty that night, requested to speak with Detective Holloway privately. "I didn't mention this before because I thought I was just being silly," she said, her voice barely above a whisper as they sat in the hospital cafeteria. The scent of coffee and disinfectant mingled in the air between them. But about a year ago, there was a real patient named Sarah Matheson. She came in with severe pneumonia. Detective Holloway leaned forward, the plastic chair creaking beneath him. What happened to her? Emily's fingers twisted around her paper coffee cup. She died waiting to be admitted. It was during that terrible flu season when we were over capacity. She'd been waiting for hours, and by the time someone realized how serious her condition was, she trailed off, the implication clear in her silence. "And you think the woman in the security footage?" "I know how it sounds," Emily said quickly, "but when I saw the still image you were showing around, I could have sworn it was her. The thing is, the hospital settled with her family. There was a confidentiality agreement. The records were, well, they were handled differently." Detective Holloway thanked Emily for her information and immediately began searching for the settlement records. 3 days of bureaucratic obstruction later, he found what he was looking for: a sealed legal agreement between Westlake Memorial and the family of Sarah Matheson, who had indeed died in the emergency room waiting area on October 17 of the previous year. Exactly 1 year before the mysterious woman appeared in the same emergency room. The detective located Sarah's sister, Rebecca Matheson, who lived in a small apartment on the outskirts of town. When he showed her the security footage still, her face drained of color. "That's Sarah," she whispered, running a trembling finger over the grainy image. "That's what she was wearing when I identified her body." "Ms. Matheson, I have to ask, did you or anyone in your family visit the hospital that night, perhaps as some kind of memorial?" Rebecca shook her head slowly. "No, I haven't been able to bring myself to go back there, not after what happened." She paused, then added, "But Sarah always said she'd haunt that place if they let her die. I thought it was just dark humor, you know. She was always making jokes like that, even when she was getting sicker." Detective Holloway was not a superstitious man. In 20 years of police work, he had learned that most mysteries had rational explanations. Yet as he compiled his final report on the case of the woman who walked in but never out, he found himself unable to provide the neat conclusion his superiors expected. The case file remains open to this day, though it has been relegated to the dusty bottom drawer of a filing cabinet in the Westlake Police Department. Sometimes, late at night, Detective Holloway still pulls out the security footage, watching the loop of a woman who enters but never leaves, wondering about the promise made by a patient who was never admitted. And at Westlake Memorial, the night staff whispers about the corner chair in the waiting room, how sometimes, during the quiet hours before dawn, it feels colder than the others. How sometimes, if you listen closely enough, you might hear the sound of someone waiting patiently, the soft rustling of a hospital gown against plastic, and the quiet, persistent breathing of someone who's still waiting for her name to be called. Story 4, the hiking trail was remote, deep in the woods where no houses stood. So when the campers saw a small cabin with a light glowing inside, they were confused. They knocked, no answer. They pushed the door open. Inside, the fireplace was warm, the table set for two, but the dust was thick, undisturbed as if no one had been there for years. November's chill had settled into the Blackwater Forest Preserve like a whisper, the kind of cold that doesn't announce itself loudly but seeps gradually into your awareness until you find yourself hugging your own arms without remembering when you started. 4 hikers' college friends on their annual retreat trudged along the unmarked path, their breath forming delicate clouds that dissolved into the darkening evening air. The crunch of dried leaves beneath their boots created a rhythmic soundtrack to their journey, punctuated occasionally by the distant call of an owl. They had been walking for hours, longer than they'd planned. The sun had begun its descent behind the tree line, casting long shadows that stretched like fingers across the forest floor. Conversations had dwindled to occasional murmurs about direction and time. That's when Eliza, walking slightly ahead of the group, stopped suddenly, her hand raised, finger pointing through a small clearing toward something that shouldn't have been there at all. "A cabin," she said, her voice barely audible, "and there's a light on inside." The structure sat nestled between ancient pines, almost as if the forest had grown around it rather than the other way around. It was small, perhaps just 2 rooms with weathered wooden slats that had turned silver with age. But most peculiar was the warm amber glow emanating from its single visible window, casting a perfect rectangle of light onto the ground outside. According to the trail maps and every previous hiker's account, this section of the preserve had no structures, no residences. The nearest ranger station was 7 miles south. "Maybe it's a ranger outpost that's not on the map," suggested Michael, though his tone betrayed his doubt. The 4 friends approached slowly, their footsteps suddenly conscious and deliberate. The forest around them had grown unusually still, as though holding its breath. Up close, the cabin appeared even older than they first thought. The wood was cracked in places, with small patches of moss creeping up the northern wall. A thin trail of smoke rose from the stone chimney. Marcus knocked on the door 3 firm raps that seemed unnaturally loud in the silence. No response came. He knocked again, calling out a tentative "Hello, anyone home?" The door moved slightly at his touch, not latched or locked. With a shared glance at his companions, Marcus pushed it open with measured caution. The warm air that escaped from within carried the scent of burning wood and something else, something herbal and unfamiliar. Detective Lauren Harper would later describe it in her notes as reminiscent of tea brewing, but sharper, medicinal. The fireplace against the far wall contained glowing embers, crackling softly as they consumed what remained of several logs. A small wooden table occupied the center of the room, meticulously set for 2 porcelain plates, silver cutlery, cloth napkins, and 2 wine glasses filled halfway with a deep burgundy liquid. But what struck the hikers, what would later perplex investigators for months, was the undisturbed layer of dust that covered everything in the cabin. It coated the floor, the shelves, the windowsills in a uniform gray blanket, everything except the table setting, which gleamed as though it had been recently polished. No footprints marked the dust on the floor. No disturbance in the perfect gray coating suggested recent movement within the space. "This doesn't make sense," Eliza whispered, her eyes fixed on the fireplace. How is that fire burning if nobody's been here? Detective Harper arrived at the scene 18 hours later, after the hikers had made their way back to civilization and reported their discovery to the local sheriff's department. She'd been with the Blackwater County Sheriff's Office for 17 years, the last 9 in the Major Crimes Division. Her reputation for methodical investigation and attention to detail had earned her both respect and a certain professional isolation. The cabin looked exactly as the hikers had described. Harper moved through the space with practiced precision, her gloved hands occasionally touching surfaces, her eyes constantly scanning. The recorder in her pocket captured her observations in her characteristic monotone. Fireplace is cold now, no signs of accelerants, table remains set for 2. Wine in glasses has evaporated slightly but remains. Testing will determine composition. Dust pattern uniform throughout the cabin except for the table setting. She paused, bending down to examine the floor more closely. No footprints in the dust other than those belonging to the reporting hikers. No disturbance in dust pattern near fireplace to suggest wood was recently added. The cabin contained minimal furnishings beyond the table and chairs. A small bookshelf held several volumes with faded spines, botanical guides, local history, and a handwritten journal that Harper carefully bagged as evidence. A single bed occupied the small adjacent room, its sheets drawn tight with hospital corners, untouched for what appeared to be years. The investigation progressed with the measured pace of all rural police work, thorough but unhurried. The cabin, Harper discovered, had been built in 1934 by a local doctor named Edmund Walters. County records showed that Walters used it as a weekend retreat until his death in 1972, after which the property passed to his daughter, Marion. There was no record of the property ever being sold, though Marion Walters had reportedly moved to Arizona in the late 1970s and passed away in 1998. The property had essentially been forgotten by local authorities, existing in that administrative limbo where taxes went uncollected because the billing system had never been updated to include it. More puzzling were the items on the table. The wine glasses contained actual wine, a Cabernet Sauvignon from 1967, according to the lab. The plates were antiques, likely from the 1940s. The silverware bore an elaborate engraving, EW and LH, Edmund Walters, and someone whose identity Harper had yet to discover. The journal found in the cabin provided the first real thread to follow. Written in a careful hand, it documented Dr. Walters' botanical experiments. He had apparently been trying to develop treatments using local plants, particularly focusing on heart conditions and memory loss. The final entry, dated October 12, 1972, read simply, "Breakthrough at last. She will come back to me now." Edmund Walters had died 3 days later, heart failure, according to his death certificate. The County Historical Society provided Harper with additional context. Louisa Hammond, presumably the LH from the silverware, had been Walters' fiancée in the early 1930s. She had died suddenly in 1932, just 2 months before their planned wedding. The cause of death was listed as heart failure. She was 24 years old. Harper continued her investigation with quiet determination. She interviewed the few elderly residents who remembered Dr. Walters, all of whom described him as devoted to his work and never the same after Louisa died. One resident, a 93-year-old former nurse who had worked with Walters, mentioned something that caught Harper's attention. He was convinced he could bring her back, the woman said, her voice papery with age. Not in the Christian sense of resurrection. He believed in something else, something about capturing essence and memory in plants. We all thought grief had affected his mind. 2 weeks into the investigation, Harper returned to the cabin alone. The sun was setting, casting the same amber glow through the trees that the hikers had described. She sat in the car for several minutes, observing the structure from a distance. No light showed from within. Inside, everything remained as it had been, preserved in dust and stillness. Harper moved to the table, studying the place settings with renewed interest. 2 places, always waiting. Something compelled her to open the small wooden box she had discovered earlier beneath the bed. Inside were hundreds of dried flowers and leaves, carefully preserved and labeled in the doctor's precise handwriting. One packet, larger than the others, was labeled simply for her return. As Harper held the packet, a subtle shift occurred in the cabin's atmosphere. The air grew heavy, charged with something indefinable. Later, she would struggle to describe the sensation in her official report, eventually settling on a profound sense of not being alone. The fire in the hearth ignited without apparent cause. Not gradually, as flames typically build, but all at once a sudden warm glow that filled the small space with dancing light. Harper's training urged her to seek logical explanations, a timed gas mechanism, perhaps, or some trick of the cabin's construction. But her search revealed nothing to explain what she had witnessed. The investigation officially concluded 3 months later with no definitive answers. The cabin was recorded as an abandoned property, the incident filed as unexplained but non-criminal. Harper included every detail in her report except one, her final visit to the site. She had returned one last time on the anniversary of Louisa Hammond's death. She brought with her the packet of dried plants she had taken from the doctor's collection. Following an impulse she couldn't explain, she had scattered the contents into the cold fireplace and stepped back. Harper never told anyone what happened next. She never reported seeing the fire ignite spontaneously once more, never mentioned watching as 2 indistinct figures appeared to sit at the table, visible only as disturbances in the dust-filled air, like heat mirages on summer asphalt. She never described how, for just a moment, she thought she heard whispered conversation and the gentle clink of glasses touching in a toast. The Blackwater Forest Preserve was expanded 2 years later, and the hiking trail was officially rerouted to avoid that section of woods. Maps were updated, warnings posted about unsafe structures in the area. Few hikers venture there now. But locals still tell stories about the cabin with the light on, where sometimes, on particularly cold evenings, smoke can be seen rising from the chimney, though no one has lived there for years. They speak of a doctor who loved too deeply and a woman who died too young, of promises made that transcended death itself. And occasionally, very occasionally, hikers who have lost their way report seeing it a small cabin deep in the woods where no houses should stand, with a warm light glowing inside. They never go in. Something in their instincts warns them away, tells them that some thresholds, once crossed, change you in ways you can never undo. Detective Laureen Harper retired from the sheriff's department last year. She bought a small house on the edge of town with a clear view of the forest. Sometimes, on quiet evenings, she sits on her porch and gazes toward the distant trees, watching as darkness settles over the preserve. And sometimes she raises her glass in a silent toast to whatever waits there in the woods, In that impossible cabin where a fire burns without being lit, where two place settings wait eternally in the dust, where love and science and desperation created something that has no name. Story 5. She had stayed in hundreds of hotels before, but this time something felt wrong. As she flipped through the pages of the Bible left in the drawer, she found a handwritten note tucked inside. It was short, rushed. "If you're reading this, leave now. They know you're here." The dim light of the bedside lamp cast long shadows across room 412 of the Westmore Hotel. Outside, the continuous patter of rain against the window created a hypnotic rhythm, almost masking the distant sounds of late-night traffic. Detective Sarah Morgan stood motionless, the Bible still open in her hands, her eyes fixed on the hastily scrawled note. The paper was thin, torn from something else, perhaps a notebook or planner. The handwriting slanted rightward, pressed deep into the paper, suggesting urgency. The room itself was unremarkable, standard hotel furnishings in muted tones of beige and navy, a queen bed with a floral pattern comforter, a desk with a lamp and hotel stationery, a television mounted on the wall, nothing out of place, nothing to suggest danger. Yet something in the air felt heavy, charged with an unspoken warning that resonated with the note's message. Sarah hadn't come here by accident. 3 weeks earlier, Eliza Chambers, a 34-year-old freelance journalist, had checked into this very room. She had been working on an investigative piece, something about corporate fraud at Meridian Pharmaceuticals. 2 days into her stay, the hotel's cleaning staff had entered to find her belongings still there, but Eliza herself was gone. No checkout, no explanation. Just an empty room with a half-drunk cup of coffee gone cold on the nightstand. The detective placed the Bible back in the drawer, carefully preserving the note's position. She pulled out her phone and captured several images before slipping on a pair of latex gloves and placing the note in an evidence bag. The paper made a soft, crinkling sound as it settled into the plastic sleeve. Sarah moved through the room methodically, her trained eyes scanning for anything out of place. The closet contained 3 blouses, a pair of slacks, and a light jacket, all still hanging neatly on wooden hangers. In the bathroom, Eliza's toiletries remained arranged on the countertop, a toothbrush standing upright in a glass, a half-used tube of toothpaste, face wash, moisturizer. Everything suggesting a temporary absence, not a permanent departure. Back in the main room, Sarah lowered herself into the desk chair, the leather creaking softly beneath her weight. She opened her notebook, the pages slightly damp from the humidity, and began to reconstruct the timeline. Eliza had checked in on Tuesday, March 4th. She had been seen by other guests using her laptop in the hotel lobby on Wednesday morning. Security footage showed her returning to her room Wednesday evening at 9:17 p.m. Thursday morning, she was gone. The hotel manager, a thin man with wire-rimmed glasses named Howard Jeller, had provided access to the security footage. It showed nothing unusual, no one entering Eliza's room after she returned Wednesday night, no sign of Eliza leaving. It was as if she had simply vanished, leaving behind only the echo of her presence, and now this cryptic warning. Sarah rested her fingers on the desk, feeling the grain of the wood. Who had written that note? Was it Eliza herself, sensing danger, or someone else who had occupied this room before her? And who were they? The detective's thoughts were interrupted by a soft knock at the door. She tensed momentarily before recognizing the pattern: 3 quick raps followed by a pause and then 2 more. Detective James Chen, her partner of 5 years. "Find anything?" he asked, stepping into the room. His shoes made a soft squeaking sound on the carpet, still damp from the rain outside. Sarah handed him the evidence bag with the note. In the Bible drawer of the nightstand. Chen studied it, his expression unchanged save for a slight narrowing of his eyes. Handwriting doesn't match the samples we have from Eliza's notebook. I know, Sarah replied, her voice barely above a whisper, which means either someone else wrote it, or she was trying to disguise her handwriting, Chen finished, afraid someone might recognize it. The two detectives moved through the room in comfortable silence, each focusing on different areas. Chen examined the windows, the locks, the small balcony overlooking the hotel's interior courtyard. Sarah turned her attention to the bed, kneeling to look underneath, then carefully lifting the mattress to check between it and the box spring. "James," she called quietly. There, tucked between the mattress and box spring, was a small leather-bound journal. Not the professional reporter's notebook they had already found among Eliza's things, but something more personal. As Sarah carefully extracted it, a photograph slipped out and fluttered to the floor. Chen picked it up, a woman, presumably Eliza, standing beside an older man in a suit. They were smiling, posed in front of a Meridian Pharmaceuticals sign. The man had one arm around Eliza's shoulders, his other hand extended in a handshake with someone just out of frame. "Dr. Alan Westbrook," Chen said, recognition dawning in his voice. "Head of research at Meridian, wasn't he?" "Found dead in his car 3 days ago," Sarah nodded. "Carbon monoxide poisoning, ruled a suicide." The journal contained mostly personal reflections, but the last few entries were different. Hurried notes about shipments, altered test results, and a clinical trial gone wrong. Names appeared repeatedly: Dr. Westbrook, CEO Richard Harmon, and one simply noted as the consultant. Sarah and Chen spent hours in that room, piecing together fragments of a story that grew more disturbing with each revelation. Eliza had uncovered evidence that Meridian had falsified safety data for a new antidepressant. Dr. Westbrook had been her source, and according to her notes, he had been preparing to come forward with proof when he died. The final entry in the journal was dated Wednesday, March 5th, the day before Eliza disappeared. It contained only one line: "Someone followed me back to the hotel today. Not sure if hotel staff or someone else. Moving everything tomorrow." As midnight approached, the rain outside intensified, drumming against the windows with increased urgency. Sarah stood at the window, watching droplets race down the glass, each one catching the dim light from the street lamps below. There was a pattern here, a connection she couldn't quite grasp. "We should check the other rooms," Chen suggested, closing the journal carefully. If she suspected someone was watching her, she might have hidden other evidence elsewhere. Sarah nodded, her reflection in the window glass looking ghostly and transparent. "And we need to look into everyone who had access to this floor. Hotel staff, guests, maintenance workers." "You think she's still alive?" Chen asked, his voice low. Sarah turned from the window, her eyes meeting his. The note suggests she knew she was in danger. If she was clever enough to realize that, she might have been clever enough to disappear on her own terms. They left the room at 12:43 a.m., careful to disturb nothing further. As they walked down the hallway toward the elevator, Sarah couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. The hotel corridor stretched before them, silent and carpeted, muffling their footsteps. Somewhere, a door closed with a soft click. In the days that followed, their investigation would uncover a web of corporate corruption, blackmail, and desperation. They would learn about clinical trials conducted in Eastern Europe, far from regulatory oversight, about patients who had experienced severe side effects that were systematically erased from records, about millions of dollars changing hands to keep the truth buried. But they would never find Eliza Chambers. Her credit cards remained unused. Her passport never flagged at any border. Her apartment in Chicago remained untouched, rent paid automatically from her account for 3 months before the payments stopped. What they did find 6 weeks later was a USB drive mailed anonymously to the newsroom where Eliza had occasionally freelanced. It contained every document she had gathered, every interview she had conducted, every piece of evidence against Meridian Pharmaceuticals. The story broke nationally, leading to indictments, trials, and eventually convictions. And in a small coffee shop in Seattle, a woman with newly dyed hair and glasses she didn't need read the news on her tablet. She sipped her latte slowly, savoring the warmth as it spread through her chest. Outside, the perpetual drizzle of the Pacific Northwest painted the world in soft grays and blues. She was safe here, at least for now. She had learned to watch for the signs, to recognize the feeling when something wasn't quite right. Most importantly, she had learned that sometimes the only way to tell your story is to disappear from it completely. Back in Chicago, Detective Sarah Morgan still kept the note from the hotel Bible in her desk drawer. Sometimes, late at night when the office was empty, she would take it out and read those 9 words again. If you're reading this, leave now, they know you're here. A warning that had saved a life, perhaps, or merely the opening chapter in a mystery that would never fully be solved. The case remained officially open, one more folder in a filing cabinet of the missing and the lost. But Sarah knew, with the certainty that came from years of following human patterns, that Eliza Chambers had chosen her own ending, and in that choice had somehow won. Story 6. The twilight air hung heavy with the scent of pine and something else, something acrid that seemed to cling to the back of the throat. Detective Morgan Pierce stood at the end of Willow Lane, staring at the modest 2-story house with its fresh coat of white paint gleaming softly in the fading light. The porch swing swayed gently, pushed by a breeze that whispered through the trees. To anyone else, it might have looked like a postcard of small-town American life. But Morgan knew better. That house had burned to the ground 5 years ago. He had seen the photos in the case file, nothing left but a blackened foundation and the charred skeleton of what was once a family home. And yet here it stood, completely intact, as if the fire had never happened. The gravel crunched softly beneath Morgan's shoes as he approached the property. Each step felt heavier than the last, the weight of impossibility pressing down on his shoulders. His fingers brushed against the worn leather of the small notebook in his pocket, a habit formed over 15 years as a detective. The cool evening air carried the distant sound of crickets, a rhythmic chirping that seemed oddly muted as he drew closer to the house. Morgan had returned to his hometown of Millfield after a decade and a half of building a career in the city. The promotion to head detective in his childhood community should have felt like a homecoming. Instead, it felt like stepping into a half-remembered dream where the familiar and the strange overlapped in unsettling ways. The case that brought him to Willow Lane was supposed to be straightforward, a routine follow-up on an old arson investigation that had never been properly closed. But nothing about this was routine. As Morgan stood before the pristine white porch steps, his mind replayed the conversation he'd had earlier that day with retired Sheriff Hodges. "That fire took everything," Hodges had said, his weathered hands wrapped around a mug of coffee that had long gone cold. "The Brennan family gone, the house nothing but ash. Nobody ever rebuilt on that lot. Too much tragedy," folks said. The old man's eyes had grown distant. Strange thing was, they never found all the bodies. The daughter, Emily, 17 at the time, her remains were never recovered. Morgan's knuckles rapped against the solid wood of the front door, the sound impossibly real. For a moment there was silence. Then from within, a voice called out with unnerving clarity, "I was wondering when you'd come back." The door opened with a soft creak, revealing a woman in her early 20s, her eyes reflecting a wisdom beyond her years. For a moment, Morgan couldn't breathe. Emily Brennan should have been 22, now exactly the age this woman appeared to be. "You look confused, detective," she said, her voice gentle yet somehow hollow. "Please come in. I've been waiting a long time for someone to ask the right questions." The interior of the house was immaculate, too perfect, as if it had been preserved in amber. Family photos lined the walls, Mr. and Mrs. Brennan, Emily, and her younger brother Thomas, all smiling, all frozen in time from before the fire. "My father was not a good man," Emily began, gesturing for Morgan to take a seat in an armchair that felt both new and worn at the same time. "The fire wasn't an accident." As she spoke, Morgan noticed the temperature in the room seemed to drop. His breath fogged slightly before his face as she continued her story. "He had been embezzling from the town council for years. My mother found out. They argued that night. I heard everything from my bedroom upstairs, the shouting, the sudden silence, then the smell of gasoline." Morgan's pen moved across his notebook, but he wasn't sure what he was writing. The details she provided matched facts that had never been released to the public: financial discrepancies in the town's records that had been discovered months after the fire but never connected to the case. "I managed to get Thomas out through the back window," Emily continued, her voice unwavering. "I told him to run to the neighbors to get help. I went back for my mother, but it was too late. The flames were everywhere." Morgan's training told him to remain objective, but something about this encounter felt increasingly wrong. His eyes drifted to a framed newspaper on the wall, a headline announcing the tragic fire that claimed the lives of the Brennan family. The date on the paper was clearly visible: 5 years ago. "But you survived," Morgan said carefully, watching her expression. Emily's smile didn't reach her eyes. "Did I? The official report says 4 bodies were found: my father, my mother, my brother, and me." "But they never recovered your remains," Morgan countered, feeling a chill run down his spine. "No," she agreed. "They found another girl's body, someone who had gone missing months before. My father had secrets, detective, dark ones." As the evening deepened outside, Emily led Morgan through the house, showing him places where the floorboards creaked differently, each one concealing evidence of her father's crimes. Behind a false wall in the basement, they found a small room with faded markings on the wall, counting days, and a single child's shoe covered in dust. "3 girls before me," Emily whispered. "I was supposed to be the 4th. When I discovered what he had done, what he was planning to do to me, I had no choice." The investigation that followed Emily's revelation uncovered the remains of 3 young women buried in the woods behind the Brennan property. All had disappeared over the span of 4 years. All matched the general description of Emily. Thomas Brennan, who had been presumed dead in the fire, was found living under an assumed name 2 states away. When questioned, he confirmed his sister's account with tears streaming down his face. He spoke of years spent in fear that their father would find them, that the truth would never come out. The true story of what happened that night slowly emerged through old evidence re-examined and new testimonies gathered. James Brennan had not only been embezzling funds, but had been responsible for the disappearance of multiple young women. When his wife discovered his crimes, he attempted to silence his entire family in a fire designed to look accidental. What remained unanswered was the house itself. When Morgan returned to Willow Lane a week after his encounter with Emily, he found only a vacant lot with a charred foundation, exactly as the case files had described. No freshly painted house, no porch swing, no Emily. The town records remained clear. The Brennan house had never been rebuilt. As Morgan stood on the empty lot, his phone buzzed with a message from the forensic team. They had finally identified the fourth body from the fire, a young woman who had been reported missing just 2 weeks before the incident, not Emily Brennan. And then there was the final piece of the puzzle, a single photograph found in Thomas Brennan's possession, a family portrait taken just days before the fire. In it, James Brennan stood behind his wife, his hand resting possessively on her shoulder. To her right stood Thomas, his smile forced, and to her left, an empty space where Emily should have been. According to Thomas's tearful testimony, their father had already killed Emily 3 days before the fire. She had discovered his secrets, threatened to expose him. It was her death that prompted their mother's suspicions and led to the final, terrible confrontation. Morgan Pierce visits the empty lot on Willow Lane sometimes, especially in the fading light of dusk. He never sees the house that witnesses claim was never rebuilt, but sometimes, if the wind is still and the evening quiet enough, he can almost hear the gentle creaking of a porch swing moving back and forth, guided by an unseen hand. The case of the Brennan family was officially closed, the mystery solved, but Morgan still keeps his notes on the house that didn't burn down, on the girl who couldn't have been there. Some truths he's learned refuse to stay buried even when there's nothing left but ash. Story 7, she had met him at a coffee shop, charming, easy to talk to. They exchanged numbers, started texting. Then one day she tried searching for him online. No social media, no records, nothing. Curious, she called the number he gave her. The woman who answered sounded confused. "That's impossible," she said. "He died 3 years ago." The manila folder lay open on Detective Sarah Miller's desk, illuminated only by the soft glow of her desk lamp. Outside her window, Portland's perpetual autumn rain created gentle, hypnotic patterns against the glass. It was nearly midnight, but sleep remained a distant concept as her fingers traced the edge of a photograph, a man with kind eyes and an easy smile. James Porter, or at least that's who he claimed to be. The case had begun 6 weeks earlier when Eliza Donovan, a 34-year-old librarian, had walked into the station. Her voice had been steady, but her hands trembled slightly as she recounted her story. The detective had noticed how Eliza's fingers curled protectively around her coffee cup, seeking warmth and perhaps courage. "I met him at Riverside Cafe," Eliza had explained, her eyes fixed on some middle distance. "It was raining like today. He asked if he could share my table since the place was packed. We started talking about books. He was reading Steinbeck, East of Eden, said it was his favorite." The conversation in Detective Miller's office felt dreamlike in its intimacy, 2 women discussing a third person who seemed to exist in a space between reality and imagination. The ceiling fan rotated lazily overhead, casting slow-moving shadows across the worn carpet. We met 3 more times after that, coffee, then dinner. He was attentive. He remembered everything I told him. He said he was new in town, working remotely as a software consultant. Eliza's voice had grown softer. He gave me his number. We texted almost every day for 2 weeks. In the quiet of her office now, Detective Miller lifted a printout of the text messages. Simple exchanges about books, movies, plans for future meetings. Nothing suspicious on the surface, but what had followed changed everything. I tried to find him online, Eliza had continued. I know that sounds, I just wanted to see his profile, learn more about him, but there was nothing. No LinkedIn, no Facebook, no Instagram, nothing. In 2025, who doesn't exist online? The detective's pen had scratched quietly against her notepad as Eliza described calling the phone number. The confusion on the other end of the line. The woman's voice, initially annoyed, then increasingly disturbed. She said the phone belonged to her brother, James Porter, but he had died 3 years ago. Carbon monoxide poisoning in his apartment. She inherited his phone and kept the number for sentimental reasons. Sarah Miller now held that piece of paper containing the phone records. The number existed, registered to one Catherine Porter of Eugene, Oregon, and her brother James had indeed died 3 years earlier. The obituary was paperclipped to the corner of the folder. James Porter, 35, software engineer, survived by his sister Catherine. The detective's fingers drummed a thoughtful rhythm on her desk. 3 other reports had found their way to her in the week since Eliza's visit. 3 other women, all in their 30s, all single. Each had met a charming man who introduced himself with a different name. Each encounter had taken place in a coffee shop or bookstore. Each woman had discovered, through various means, that the man they'd been seeing was using the identity of someone deceased. The rain continued its gentle percussion against the window as Detective Miller spread out photographs provided by each woman. Despite different angles and lighting, despite different names and backstories, the face looked remarkably similar in each image. Not identical, subtle differences in hair, sometimes glasses, once a light beard, but the same person, a chameleon adapting to his environment. None of the women had been harmed, nothing had been stolen. No laws had technically been broken beyond perhaps identity fraud, yet something about the case settled like a cold weight in the detective's stomach. The methodical pattern, the careful selection, the patient cultivation of trust. In the drawer of her desk rested a file with similar cases from Seattle, Vancouver, and Boise. Different detectives, different jurisdictions, but the same haunting question: who was this man who collected identities like others collected stamps? And more importantly, what was his purpose? Detective Miller closed the folder and leaned back in her chair. The case had no violence, no clear motive, no obvious crime. Yet she couldn't shake the feeling that these interactions were merely preliminary, a hunter testing his approach, refining his technique, perhaps learning which types of women responded best to which versions of himself. 2 days later, she interviewed Catherine Porter in a quiet cafe not unlike the ones where the mysterious encounters had begun. Catherine was in her early 40s, with tired eyes and a defensive posture that softened only when speaking about her brother. James was brilliant but private, she explained, turning her coffee cup in slow circles. He would have hated someone using his name, his identity. Did he know many people in Portland? Detective Miller asked, her voice gentle but probing. Catherine shook her head. He worked from home even before it became common. He had anxiety. Social situations were difficult for him. Would you mind showing me a photograph of him? Catherine pulled out her phone, scrolled for a moment, then turned it toward the detective. The face that looked back from the screen was not the face from Eliza's photographs. This James Porter had been thinner, with different eyes, a different jawline. The impersonator hadn't chosen James Porter for his appearance then. Something else had drawn him to this particular identity. "Did your brother keep any physical journals, notes, records?" The detective's voice remained calm, though her pulse had quickened. "He was old-fashioned that way, always writing in notebooks. I have boxes of them. I couldn't bring myself to read them or throw them away." 3 days later, Detective Miller sat cross-legged on her living room floor, surrounded by James Porter's journals. Catherine had been reluctant but ultimately willing to share them. The handwriting was neat, precise, much like the man described in the obituary. The entries chronicled mundane daily activities, coding projects, occasional interactions with delivery people or neighbors. But in the final journal, dated just 2 months before his death, something changed. James had begun writing about encounters with a man named Daniel who had moved into his apartment building. A man who showed interest in his work, his life. A man who asked questions about his childhood, his habits, his sister. A man who, in retrospect, seemed to be studying James rather than befriending him. The last entry was 3 days before James Porter's death. It mentioned having Daniel over for dinner. It mentioned feeling unusually tired afterward. It mentioned wondering if he'd had too much wine. Detective Miller called the medical examiner's office the next morning. The carbon monoxide death had been ruled accidental, a faulty heating system. But no toxicology screening had been performed. There had been no reason to suspect foul play. A week later, she met with the other detectives from Seattle, Vancouver, and Boise via video call. Each shared similar stories. Each had discovered similar patterns. Each had traced the stolen identities back to men who had died under circumstances that, while not overtly suspicious, could potentially have been staged a hiking accident, a drowning, a fall in a home. As the call ended, Detective Miller's office seemed quieter than before. The rain had stopped, leaving behind an unsettling stillness. On her computer screen was a map with pins marking each encounter, each stolen identity. No clear pattern emerged geographically. No timeline that made logical sense. Just a constellation of moments where someone had slipped into existences not his own, tried them on like coats, then disappeared again. What remained unanswered, hovering in the silence of her office, was the why. Why assume these identities for brief encounters that led nowhere? Why invest time in relationships that were abandoned at the first sign of suspicion? Unless these documented cases were just practice runs. Unless there were other encounters with other women that had progressed further. Unless somewhere right now, someone was falling in love with a person who didn't exist, a ghost wearing a stolen name, carrying stolen memories, perhaps harboring darker intentions than mere deception. Detective Miller closed her laptop and stood by the window. Outside, the streets glistened with recent rain. People moved along the sidewalks, hurrying toward warmth and connection. How many of them were who they claimed to be? How many were wearing borrowed lives? And how would anyone know the difference until it was too late? The case remained open. The man remained unfound. The questions lingered, suspended in the space between what is seen and what is real, a mystery with no resolution, a story with no end. Only the haunting possibility that somewhere in a coffee shop not unlike the one where it all began, a stranger was sitting down at a table, smiling, introducing himself with a name that once belonged to someone else. Story 8. The baby had been sleeping soundly, the monitor glowing softly on the nightstand. Then a faint crackle static breaking through the silence. She reached for the monitor, expecting to hear her child stir. Instead, a voice whispered through the speaker, "You have to get out." Sarah Winters froze, her fingers still wrapped around the plastic edge of the baby monitor. The blue light from the device cast strange shadows across her bedroom wall as she listened, waiting for something more. The digital clock on her nightstand ticked silently from 2:17 to 2:18 a.m. Outside, the November wind gently rustled through the nearly bare branches of the maple tree beside their suburban home in Millfield, Pennsylvania. The monitor remained silent now, offering only the soft, rhythmic breathing of her 6-month-old daughter, Emma. Sarah's husband, Daniel, was away on business in Chicago, not due back for another 2 days. The house creaked as it settled around her, a normal sound she had grown accustomed to in the 3 years they had lived there. But tonight, each subtle noise seemed to carry weight. Detective Marcus Powell sipped his coffee, grimacing at the bitter taste from the police station's aging machine. His desk lamp cast a small pool of yellow light across the report he was reviewing. The call had come in 4 days ago, a woman reporting a strange voice through her baby monitor. It wasn't the first such call the department had received that month. 3 other families had reported similar occurrences within a 5-mile radius. The detective ran his finger along the list of addresses, tracing an invisible pattern. Each incident had happened between 2:00 and 3:00 a.m. Each involved a baby monitor. Each family had a child under 1 year of age, and in each case the voice had delivered the same message: "You have to get out." The file contained photographs of each home, well-maintained properties in middle-class neighborhoods. Nothing outwardly connected the families. Different professions, different backgrounds, different baby monitor brands. The only commonality Powell could find was their proximity to one another. He pulled out a map and marked each location with a red dot. Then he connected them, forming an irregular shape that resembled nothing significant. But as he leaned back in his chair, the squeaking of the worn springs filling the quiet room, he noticed something. Just south of the area encompassed by the homes was an abandoned telecommunications facility that had closed down 8 years prior. Sarah didn't call the police immediately. She convinced herself it was interference from another device, perhaps a neighbor's monitor or a passing car's radio. She checked on Emma, who continued to sleep peacefully, her tiny chest rising and falling beneath her yellow onesie. The nursery was exactly as she had left it, stuffed animals watching silently from their shelf, the night light casting a warm glow across the pale green walls. The next morning, Sarah mentioned the incident to her neighbor, Ellen, as they collected their mail. Ellen's expression changed immediately, her usual smile fading into something more serious. Carol Thompson down the street mentioned something similar last week, Ellen said, lowering her voice despite no one else being nearby. Her baby monitor picked up a voice saying the exact same thing. The air felt suddenly cooler as Sarah processed this information. Coincidence seemed unlikely. She called the police that afternoon. Detective Powell arrived at the abandoned telecommunications facility as the sun began its descent, casting long shadows across the weed-strewn parking lot. The building itself was a low, gray structure with most windows either boarded up or broken. A chain-link fence surrounded the property, but a section had been pushed down, creating an easy entrance point that had clearly been used frequently. His flashlight beam cut through the dusty interior, revealing graffiti-covered walls and debris-strewn floors. The facility had once housed equipment for cell phone towers and radio transmissions before newer technology rendered it obsolete. Most valuable equipment had been removed years ago, but some abandoned items remained, covered in dust and cobwebs. As Powell moved deeper into the building, his shoes echoed against the concrete floor. In what appeared to be a former control room, he found something unexpected: signs of recent occupation. A folding chair sat in front of an old desk. On the desk was an array of electronic equipment that didn't belong. A laptop connected to what appeared to be a radio frequency transmitter. Powell photographed everything carefully before examining the setup more closely. The transmitter had been modified, with additional components soldered into place. A notebook lay open beside it, containing frequencies and times written in neat, precise handwriting. Upon closer inspection, Powell realized the frequencies matched those commonly used by digital baby monitors. Someone had been deliberately broadcasting on these channels. Sarah couldn't sleep. Each night since the incident, she had disconnected the baby monitor, preferring to leave Emma's door open and check on her frequently. Daniel had returned from his business trip concerned but skeptical, suggesting it was likely just radio interference. Sarah wasn't convinced. 3 other families heard the exact same message, she explained, sitting at their kitchen table, fingers wrapped around a mug of tea that had long gone cold. That's not random interference. Daniel rubbed his eyes, the fatigue of travel still evident on his face. But why? What's the point of scaring people through baby monitors? The question hung in the air between them, unanswerable. 2 days later, Powell made an arrest. Jacob Mercer, 32, former employee of the telecommunications company, had been living in a small apartment 3 blocks from the Winters' home. In his residence, they found equipment matching that discovered at the abandoned facility, along with detailed notes about baby monitor frequencies and a map with the affected homes marked. During questioning, Mercer sat calmly in the metal chair, his posture relaxed despite the circumstances. The fluorescent lights of the interrogation room highlighted the pallor of his skin and the dark circles under his eyes. "Why tell them to get out?" Powell asked, his voice level and professional despite his confusion at the man's motives. Mercer looked up, his expression earnest. "Because they needed to." "Needed to what?" "Get out," Mercer replied simply. "I worked with radio frequencies for 15 years. I know what they can do, what they're doing. Those new digital monitors, they're not safe. The companies know it, but the profit margins are too good." Powell leaned forward slightly. "What do you mean, not safe?" "The radiation levels at the frequency they operate with prolonged exposure." Mercer trailed off, then continued more quietly. "I have the readings. I tested them myself. The children's rooms, the levels are too high. I couldn't just watch it happen." The investigation continued for weeks. Mercer's claims about radiation levels were examined by experts. The baby monitor manufacturers were questioned. Tests were conducted in the homes of the affected families. The results were inconclusive. Some tests showed elevated levels of radio frequency radiation. Others fell within normal parameters. Mercer was charged with breaking and entering, trespassing, and causing public alarm. The judge, noting his lack of prior criminal history and the absence of intent to cause harm, sentenced him to probation and mandatory psychological evaluation. The story made the local news, then faded as more pressing matters took its place. The affected families, including the Winters, replaced their baby monitors with different models. Life returned to normal, or something resembling it. But sometimes, in the dark hours of early morning, Sarah would wake suddenly and listen carefully to the silence of her home. She had chosen a different brand of monitor, one that experts assured her was perfectly safe. Still, she would often find herself standing in Emma's doorway, watching her daughter sleep, wondering about the man who had whispered warnings through the static. The new monitor never picked up any strange voices or interference. Emma grew from an infant to a toddler without incident, yet Sarah couldn't shake the feeling that perhaps Jacob Mercer, despite his methods, had been trying to deliver a message that deserved to be heard, a whisper of concern in a world too loud to listen. Detective Powell occasionally drove past the abandoned telecommunications facility on his way home. It had been scheduled for demolition, then postponed, then forgotten again, a gray landmark slowly being reclaimed by nature. Sometimes he thought about Mercer, about the conviction in his eyes when he spoke of invisible dangers. Powell had requested follow-up studies on the radiation claims, but budgets were tight, priorities shifted, and the file was eventually closed. In his 20 years on the force, it was the only case that still left him wondering if they had truly solved anything at all, or if perhaps they had simply silenced a messenger whose warning came through the wrong channel. Story 9. The rain fell in gentle waves against the windows of Blackwood Books, a small second-hand shop nestled between a cafe and a tailor on Maple Street. The sound created a soothing backdrop to the otherwise silent store, where the only other noise came from the occasional turning of pages or the soft creak of wooden floorboards beneath careful footsteps. It was the kind of place that seemed to exist outside of time, where the scent of aged paper and leather bindings hung in the air like a comforting blanket, and where each book on the shelves carried with it countless untold stories beyond the ones printed on their pages. Detective Sarah Morgan stood by the register, her notebook open but empty. She watched as forensic technicians in blue gloves carefully documented the scene, their movements slow and methodical in the dim amber light of the shop's vintage lamps. The store should have been closed hours ago, but instead it had become the center of an investigation that was already proving to be unlike any other she had encountered in her 15 years with the department. "So run me through it again," she said, her voice low and measured as she addressed the shop owner, a man in his 60s with wire-rimmed glasses and a cardigan that seemed as old as some of the books he sold. Harold Winters nodded, his fingers absently tracing the edge of the counter. "Like I told the officers, it started about 3 weeks ago. A customer came in, early 30s, dark hair, seemed ordinary enough. He was looking for a specific book, said he'd lost his copy years ago when he moved. I remember because he was so excited when he found it, like he'd been reunited with an old friend." Sarah's pen hovered over her notebook, finally making contact with the paper. The book was The Cartographer's Daughter, not particularly rare, but not something we always have in stock either. First edition, 1987. The detective nodded, encouraging him to continue. "He bought it right away, paid cash. I didn't think anything of it until he came back 2 days later." Harold's voice grew quieter. He looked different, pale, shaken. "He said he needed to talk to me about the book, asked if I remembered where I'd gotten it from." Outside, the rain intensified slightly, drumming against the roof in a steady rhythm. A forensic technician carefully lifted a fingerprint from the cash register, the sound of adhesive tape peeling back barely audible in the hushed atmosphere. "And what did you tell him?" Sarah asked. "The truth, that I get most of my inventory from estate sales, library discards, sometimes other shops going out of business." I keep records, but not for every individual book, especially not the more common ones." Harold paused, removing his glasses to clean them with a handkerchief. He showed me the first page then. His name was written there, Daniel Keller, in his own handwriting. He said it was his exact copy, the one he'd lost years ago. Sarah's interest deepened. "Did you believe him?" I didn't know what to believe. It seemed impossible, but he was genuinely disturbed. Said there were notes in the margins that only he could have written, dog-eared pages exactly where he remembered folding them. Harold replaced his glasses, his eyes magnified behind the lenses. He asked if anyone else had access to the store inventory, if someone might be playing a trick on him. I assured him that wasn't possible. The detective wrote a few more notes, her handwriting neat and controlled. What happened next? He left his contact information, asked me to call if I remembered anything about where that particular book came from. Harold's voice wavered slightly. 3 days later, I saw his photo in the news. They found him in his apartment. Sarah nodded, already familiar with this part of the story. Daniel Keller had been found dead in his apartment. No signs of forced entry, no signs of struggle. The medical examiner had preliminarily ruled it natural causes, a sudden cardiac event, though the final report was still pending. It might have ended there, an unfortunate but unremarkable case, except for what they found at the scene. The book was open on his desk, Sarah said, more to herself than to Harold. Sticky notes and papers everywhere. He'd been researching something intensely before he died. "That's what the other detective told me when he came by yesterday," Harold confirmed. "Detective Lewis. He asked similar questions, took notes just like you're doing now." Sarah's pen stopped moving. She looked up sharply. "Detective Lewis." "Yes, about your height, dark hair going gray at the temples. He had a badge and everything." The weight of this information settled into the room. Sarah exchanged a glance with the officer standing by the door. "Mr. Winters, we don't have a Detective Lewis in our department." The silence that followed was heavy, broken only by the continuous patter of rain against the windows. Harold's face drained of color as understanding dawned. He took the sales record for that day, said he needed to see who else had been in the shop. Sarah closed her notebook with deliberate care. "I think we need to take a closer look at that book." The apartment of Daniel Keller was exactly as it had been left after the initial investigation, a modest one-bedroom with minimal furnishings but extensive bookshelves covering nearly every wall. The living room had been transformed into a makeshift study, with a desk positioned under the window overlooking the street 4 stories below. Sarah stood in the center of the room, absorbing the details. The air felt stale, untouched. On the desk, illuminated by a single lamp that had been left on, lay The Cartographer's Daughter, open to page 187. Surrounding it were dozens of notes, some written on paper, others on sticky notes of various colors, arranged in what appeared to be a complex system that only made sense to their author. "The ME's report came back this morning," Officer Chen said, standing in the doorway. "Still ruling it natural causes. No toxins, no signs of trauma." Sarah nodded, her attention fixed on the book. She approached the desk slowly, careful not to disturb anything. With gloved hands, she gently lifted the cover to examine the first page. There it was, Daniel Keller, written in blue ink, the handwriting slightly slanted to the right. "What were you researching so frantically?" she murmured, scanning the notes scattered around the desk. Most of the notes contained references to page numbers, passages from the book, and what appeared to be personal memories. One sticky note read, P42, the description of the lighthouse matches exactly. How could the author know about the red door? It was painted blue by the time the book was published. Another note written on lined paper with more urgency, the pen having pressed deeply into the page. The coordinates on P187, they're real. They lead to the exact spot where Dad and I used to fish. This can't be coincidence. Sarah carefully turned to page 187 of the book. What appeared at first glance to be a simple description of a coastal scene contained a series of numbers embedded within the text. To most readers, they would appear as nothing more than a date or a casual reference, but when read in sequence, they formed what could indeed be geographical coordinates. "Run these numbers," she said to Officer Chen, reading them aloud. "Let's see where they point to." As Chen stepped out to make the call, Sarah continued examining the room. On a corkboard above the desk, Daniel had pinned a map of the coastline, with several locations marked with red pins. Next to it hung a faded photograph of a young boy standing beside an older man, both holding fishing rods, smiling against the backdrop of a rocky shore. When Chen returned, his expression was one of puzzlement. The coordinates are for a small cove about 40 miles up the coast, pretty isolated area. Sarah's gaze moved between the book, the notes, and the map. He was convinced this book was his old copy, and that somehow it contained personal information only he would know. She paused, thinking, what if he was right? "You think someone deliberately planted his old book for him to find?" Chen asked. "Or made it look like his old book," Sarah replied. Either way, Daniel Keller was disturbed enough by what he found that he spent his final days frantically researching it. She turned back to the first page of the book, studying the handwriting of Daniel's name. It matched the handwriting on the notes perfectly. "We need to find out more about this book," she decided, "and we need to locate the person who posed as Detective Lewis." The publisher of The Cartographer's Daughter had long since been acquired by a larger company, their records absorbed and partially digitized. It took Sarah 3 days of persistent calls and emails before she received a response from someone who could access the archives. The book had a modest print run, she explained to her captain as they sat in his office, the afternoon sun casting long shadows across the desk. About 5,000 copies in the first edition. Nothing unusual about it, a fictional story about a woman who discovers her father's maps contain hidden messages about real treasures. Captain Rivera leaned back in his chair, his expression skeptical. "And you think this connects to Keller's death? How exactly?" Sarah spread out copies of Daniel's notes on the desk. He believed the book contained specific references to his personal life, places only he would know about, memories that were private. And here's where it gets interesting. The author, Elizabeth Marsh, published only this one book. Then she disappeared from the literary world completely. "People write one book and quit all the time," Rivera countered. "Yes, but Elizabeth Marsh doesn't seem to exist beyond this book. I've checked records going back 30 years. No driver's license, no tax returns, no social media presence, even from the early days of the internet. The royalty checks from the publisher were sent to a P.O. box that was closed in 1992. The captain's skepticism wavered slightly. Could be a pen name. "Almost certainly," Sarah agreed, "but why go to such lengths to remain anonymous? And here's the other thing, Daniel Keller's father was a cartographer. He died when Daniel was 14, drowning accident at sea." This gave Rivera pause. That's one hell of a coincidence. It gets stranger, Sarah continued. I went to the coordinates from the book. There's nothing particularly special about the location, just a small, rocky cove. But I found this wedged between some rocks, as if someone had left it there to be found. She placed a small, weathered brass key on the desk. It's old, Rivera observed, picking it up to examine it. And it matches the description of a key mentioned on page 212 of the book. A key that the protagonist finds hidden in a cove left by her father. The captain set the key down carefully. So what's your theory here, Morgan? Sarah took a deep breath. I think someone wrote this book specifically for Daniel Keller, someone who knew intimate details about his life, his relationship with his father, someone who wanted him to find something or perhaps realize something. And I think the same person made sure he would find his old copy of the book at that specific store. To what end, if they wanted to kill him? There are far more direct methods. That's just it. I don't think they intended for him to die. The ME confirmed it was a natural heart condition, previously undiagnosed. I think whoever did this wanted him to follow the trail to reach some final revelation. Rivera was silent for a long moment, considering, and the fake detective. Covering tracks, collecting information, making sure no one else would follow the same trail. Sarah hesitated. I'd like permission to continue investigating, even if it's not officially a murder case. Outside the office, the everyday sounds of the police station continued, phones ringing, keyboards clicking, the murmur of conversations. Inside, the captain studied Sarah's face, seeing the determination there. 2 more days, he finally said. Then we close it as natural causes unless you find something concrete. The storage facility was located on the outskirts of town, a sprawling complex of identical metal units stretching in neat rows. Sarah stood before Unit 187, the brass key in her hand. It had taken some detective work to trace the number engraved on the key to this facility, and more persistence to convince the manager to check their records for a unit that might have been rented decades ago. It's been paid for through an automatic bank transfer, the manager had told her. Same account since 1987. No one's accessed it in at least 15 years, according to our electronic logs. Now, as she turned the key in the lock, Sarah felt a strange sense of trepidation. The metal door rolled up with a hollow rattle, revealing a space about 10 feet by 10 feet, filled with carefully stacked cardboard boxes and a single filing cabinet. Sarah stepped inside, pulling the chain to turn on the overhead light. The air was dry and still, preserved by the climate control of the facility. Each box was labeled with neat handwriting: Maps North Coast, Correspondence 1975-1980, Research Notes. With methodical care, Sarah began to examine the contents. The boxes contained exactly what their labels suggested: hand-drawn maps of coastlines, letters between Richard Keller, Daniel's father, and various colleagues, notebooks filled with observations about tides, currents, and geographical features. The filing cabinet proved more interesting. In the top drawer, she found a manuscript, the original draft of The Cartographer's Daughter, typed on an old manual typewriter with handwritten corrections in the margins. And beneath it, a sealed envelope addressed to Daniel Keller, with the words "to be opened when you find your way here" written across the front. Sarah stared at the envelope, knowing she should take it as evidence, process it properly. But something about this case, about the personal nature of the trail that had been laid, made her pause. This message had been waiting for Daniel for decades. Whatever revelation it contained had died with him. After a moment's hesitation, she carefully opened the envelope. Inside was a single sheet of paper, a letter written in the same handwriting as the notes on the manuscript. My dearest Daniel, if you're reading this, then you followed the path I left for you. I hope it wasn't too difficult, but I needed to be certain these things would find their way to you when you were ready. There is so much I never had the chance to tell you. The official report said I drowned, a simple accident at sea. The truth is more complicated. I discovered something during my work mapping the coastal shelf, something powerful people wanted to remain hidden. I was given a choice, disappear or watch them destroy everything and everyone I loved. I chose to protect you and your mother. I created a new identity, became someone else. I've watched you from afar all these years, seen you grow into the man I always knew you would become. Writing that book was my way of leaving you a message I hoped someday you would find. Everything I documented is in these boxes. The truth about what lies beneath the waters off the coast, the evidence of what they've been hiding. It's yours now to do with as you see fit. I have always loved you, and I have always been proud of you. Your father, Richard Keller. Sarah lowered the letter, understanding finally washing over her. Richard Keller hadn't died, he had disappeared, become Elizabeth Marsh, written a book filled with coded messages only his son would fully understand. Created a breadcrumb trail that had taken decades to be discovered. And Daniel, in his final days, had finally learned the truth. Had his heart given out from the shock of the discovery? Or had he simply been unable to bear the weight of knowing his father had been alive all those years, watching from a distance but never reaching out? Sarah carefully returned the letter to its envelope. The truth would come out now, whatever it was that Richard Keller had discovered all those years ago. She would make sure of that. But as she stood in that small storage unit surrounded by the carefully preserved remnants of a life interrupted, she couldn't help but feel the profound sadness of the story that had unfolded. A father who chose absence to protect his family, a son who discovered the truth too late, and a book that had sold twice to the same person, bridging decades of silence with its hidden messages. As she closed the storage unit door, Sarah thought about the fake detective, wondering if he would return, if he represented the same powerful interests that had forced Richard Keller into hiding. She would be ready if he did. Some stories deserved their proper endings, even if they came years too late. Story 10. The town never mentioned the house at the edge of the woods. It stood alone, its windows blackened, its porch sagging under the weight of years. No one claimed to own it. No one could remember who built it. But when a group of hikers wandered too close, they saw something strange, names carved into the wooden siding, etched deep like warnings. At the bottom of the list, fresh and unweathered, was a name none of them recognized, until one of them whispered, voice trembling, "That's mine." The call came in during the night. Dispatch recorded it as a standard trespassing report. The voice on the line belonged to Mason Wright, the lead hiker who discovered his name carved into the abandoned house. The responding officers expected nothing more than teenage vandalism, perhaps a prank among friends. What they found instead defied explanation. Detective Sarah Keller arrived as darkness enveloped the forest. The beam of her flashlight cut through the shadows, illuminating the weathered facade of the structure. The names 27 in total ran vertically down the eastern wall. Some had faded with age, nearly invisible against the gray wood. Others remained sharp, as if carved recently. and at the bottom, Mason Wright, the cut still bearing traces of fresh sawdust. "I've never been here before," Mason insisted, his breath forming clouds in the cold air. "I don't understand how anyone would know my name." The investigation began with background checks on every name listed. The results chilled the detective team to their core. Each name belonged to someone reported missing over the past 4 decades. Some cases had gone cold, others remained active. All shared one disturbing detail: the individuals had disappeared while hiking alone. Forensic analysts photographed each carving, noting the varying depths, techniques, and weathering patterns. The oldest name, Rebecca Hansen, corresponded to a missing persons case from 37 years prior. The case notes described a young woman who ventured into these woods and never returned. Search parties found nothing but a single hiking boot beside a stream. Detective Keller interviewed Mason extensively. His story remained consistent. He had no connection to the area beyond this hiking trip with 4 college friends. They had chosen the trail randomly, based on an online recommendation. Nothing about his background linked him to any of the other names on the wall. The investigation shifted focus to Mason's companions. Emily Chen, the group photographer, provided pictures taken throughout their hike. In reviewing the images, analysts noticed something disturbing: a blurred figure appeared in the background of 3 separate photos. The shape resembled a tall, thin man, always partially obscured by trees. "We never saw anyone else on the trail," Emily insisted. "We would have remembered." Detective Keller ordered a search of the house interior. The structure appeared abandoned. Dust covered every surface, furniture lay broken and scattered. Yet in the basement, officers discovered a disturbing scene. Personal items belonging to the missing hikers sat arranged in neat rows on wooden shelves: watches, backpacks, cameras, wallets, each labeled with a corresponding name from the wall outside. The evidence technicians worked methodically, documenting every item. Under ultraviolet light, blood patterns emerged on the concrete floor, years of stains that someone had attempted to clean. Ground-penetrating radar revealed no bodies buried beneath the house, yet cadaver dogs alerted repeatedly near the back of the property, where the forest grew densest. As the investigation intensified, Detective Keller noticed unusual behavior from Mason Wright. He began reporting strange occurrences: whispers outside his apartment, footprints in fresh snow leading to his door but not away, figures watching from the street. The department assigned an officer to protect him, but Mason grew increasingly paranoid. The breakthrough came when researchers discovered land records buried in county archives. The house had belonged to a reclusive hunter named Victor Blackwood. Neighbors rarely saw him, describing brief encounters with an unnervingly tall, gaunt man who avoided conversation. Blackwood disappeared without trace 15 years ago, his disappearance never officially investigated. Detective Keller obtained a warrant to search deeper into the surrounding forest. The search team discovered a network of crude hunting blinds, strategically positioned along popular hiking paths. Inside one, they found a journal containing meticulous observations, descriptions of hikers, their routes, equipment, and patterns. The handwriting matched samples from Victor Blackwood's few existing documents. The journal entries grew increasingly disturbing over time. Early pages detailed hunting techniques for animals. Later entries described humans as prey, their habits, vulnerabilities, and methods for their collection. The final pages contained detailed accounts of stalking each victim on the wall, including elaborate descriptions of how he selected his targets. The manhunt for Blackwood mobilized across multiple jurisdictions. Helicopters equipped with thermal imaging scanned the forest. Tactical teams methodically searched every cave and ravine, yet no trace of the suspect emerged. Mason Wright stopped answering his phone. Officers dispatched to his apartment found the door unlocked, the rooms empty. On his bedroom wall, freshly carved, was a single line: "The hunter becomes the hunted." The search for Mason continued for weeks without success. Then, during a secondary sweep of Blackwood's house, forensic technicians made a horrifying discovery. Hidden behind a false wall in the basement, they found a small workshop containing woodworking tools, jars of wood preservatives, and a freshly carved piece of wood bearing a new name not yet mounted to the exterior wall. Detective Keller recognized the name instantly. It belonged to the lead forensic technician who had processed the house during the initial investigation. The technician had called in sick that morning and couldn't be reached by phone. Authorities established a continuous surveillance perimeter around the house. Camera systems recorded every approach. Motion sensors monitored for intrusions. The trap was set. 3 nights later, sensors triggered an alert. Security footage captured a figure emerging from the forest, impossibly tall and thin, moving with unnatural grace. The figure approached the house directly, seemingly unconcerned about the surveillance. As tactical teams closed in, the cameras briefly lost connection. When the system recovered, the figure had vanished. The house remains under constant surveillance today. Mason Wright and the forensic technician were never found. The investigation continues, with new resources allocated as similar disappearances are reported in other forested regions. The names on the wall have become legendary among criminal investigators. Some officers refuse to speak them aloud, others avoid the case entirely, and local hikers now give the house a wide berth, afraid that speaking of it might somehow add their names to that terrible list of names no one speaks. Story 11. The current was slow that morning, the water glassy and still. The fisherman almost didn't notice the suitcase bobbing near the shore. At first he thought someone had dumped old clothes, but as he waded closer, the stench hit him thick, cloying, unmistakable. The case was wrapped in chains, its edges rusted from exposure. When authorities pried it open, they didn't find clothes, they found hair, fingers curled into a frozen grasp, and at the bottom a note, "This isn't the first." Detective Sarah Mercer pressed her handkerchief to her nose as she surveyed the grim scene. The victim was female, mid-30s, with dark hair and pale skin now mottled from water exposure. The medical examiner worked methodically, documenting every detail before the body was removed. What struck Mercer most wasn't the method of disposal, but the care taken with the victim's appearance: nails manicured, hair recently styled, wearing expensive clothing. She wasn't killed here, Mercer noted, watching the water lap against the muddy shoreline. She was prepared, displayed. The victim was identified as Catherine Walsh, a real estate agent known for selling high-end properties. Divorced, no children, she lived alone in an upscale neighborhood. Her colleagues described her as ambitious, meticulous, and private. She had been reported missing by her assistant when she failed to appear at an important showing with wealthy clients. She would never miss that appointment, the assistant insisted during questioning. That sale would have been her biggest commission ever. Investigators combed through Walsh's modernist home. Everything was pristine, almost too perfect. Designer furniture arranged just so, not a speck of dust on any surface. The refrigerator contained perfectly organized meals in identical containers, labeled by day. Her closet revealed clothing arranged by color, shoes in protective bags. The anomaly was in her home office, a drawer slightly ajar. Inside, investigators found a leather-bound journal. The last entry read, "He's watching again. Same car, different plates." Digital forensics revealed something curious in Walsh's email. Dozens of messages from unknown accounts. All contained the same phrase, "I see your perfection," all sent at exactly the same time on different days. Her browser history showed repeated searches for home security systems and personal protection devices. Detective Mercer connected these findings with evidence from the crime scene, the careful arrangement of the body, the presentation. "Our killer is methodical," she told her partner. "This wasn't rage, this was ritual." The breakthrough came from an unexpected source. A local pawn shop owner recognized Walsh's distinctive emerald necklace missing from her personal effects. The man who'd pawned it was a regular Michael Linden, a quiet, unremarkable maintenance worker. Surveillance footage showed Linden entering Walsh's building multiple times over several months, sometimes with his maintenance cart, other times without. Always during times when she would be away showing properties. When detectives searched Linden's modest apartment, they found the walls covered with photos of Walsh and other women, all similar in appearance, all taken without their knowledge. Some were crossed out with red marker. Walsh was the third. Behind a false wall in his closet, investigators discovered a shrine. Items belonging to each victim laid out with precision: a brush with strands of hair, lipstick-stained tissues, receipts, keys. Each collection contained a small notebook detailing daily routines, preferences, habits. The interrogation room felt cold when Linden was brought in. With his neat appearance and soft-spoken manner, he seemed incapable of violence. Yet when confronted with evidence, his demeanor never changed. "They were imperfect," he finally said, voice flat. "They presented themselves as flawless, but I saw through it. Catherine's left desk drawer was always disorganized. She missed a spot when she applied her lipstick. Her perfection was a lie." The search for the first two victims mentioned in his note led investigators to remote areas where two more suitcases were recovered. Both contained women with similar appearances to Walsh, both real estate agents who marketed themselves as having perfectionist attention to detail. During his trial, Linden sat motionless, his expression blank as prosecutors detailed his methods. He had stalked each woman for months, learning their routines, entering their homes, studying their lives. When he finally took them, he corrected what he perceived as their flaws, washing and styling their hair, applying makeup with precision, dressing them in their finest clothes before ending their lives. The families of the victims watched in silence as the judge delivered a life sentence without possibility of parole. For Detective Mercer, the case was officially closed, but questions lingered. What triggered Linden's obsession with these particular women? What perceived imperfection in himself was he trying to erase through these acts? The river continued its slow journey downstream, waters eventually clearing of all evidence. But in the precinct on Mercer's desk sat copies of those chilling notebooks, reminders that behind closed doors, in seemingly ordinary lives, darkness sometimes lurks beneath the surface. And sometimes the most dangerous predators are those hiding in plain sight, watching, waiting for a single flaw to reveal itself. Story 12. The new homeowners thought it was just a quirk how the old intercom system crackled late at night, a relic from another time, rewired but long forgotten. Then one night the husband pressed the button out of curiosity. A whisper crackled through the speaker. "Why did you come back?" He jolted back, his hands shaking. His wife, standing behind him, whispered, "I never said that." The Victorian manor sat nestled among ancient oak trees, its weathered exterior belying the renovated modern interior. Daniel and Meredith Parker had purchased the property at a surprisingly reasonable price, despite the real estate agent's nervous demeanor during the walkthrough. The intercom system, a vintage feature connecting all rooms, had been one of the selling points for the history-loving couple. Detective Sarah Reeves pulled up to the property, gravel crunching beneath the tires of her unmarked vehicle. The call had come in as a potential break-in, but something in the dispatcher's voice suggested there was more to the story. The tall figure of Daniel Parker greeted her at the door, his pallor evident even in the dim porch light. "It started with the intercom," he explained, leading Detective Reeves through the grand foyer. "Just static at first, then whispers, then full sentences. My wife thought I was imagining things until she heard it too." In the living room, Meredith sat rigid on an antique sofa, hands clutching a steaming mug that remained untouched. "We found something behind the wall," she said without preamble. Daniel wanted to expand the kitchen pantry, and when he took down the drywall, her voice faltered. Behind the wall, wrapped in deteriorating plastic, they had discovered a small leather-bound journal. Detective Reeves donned gloves before carefully opening its brittle pages. The handwriting, elegant yet frantic, belonged to someone named Alina, the apparent previous owner. The entries detailed her growing suspicion that her husband Vincent was planning to harm her. "The final entry was dated 30 years ago," Daniel explained. "After that, nothing. The previous owners claimed they bought it from an elderly man who moved to a retirement community. The investigation uncovered that Vincent and Alina Blackwood had indeed owned the house. Property records showed Vincent had sold the house shortly after Alina allegedly left him. No divorce was ever filed, no change of address, no financial transactions in Alina's name after the date of the final journal entry. Detective Reeves assembled a team to examine the property thoroughly. Ground-penetrating radar revealed anomalies beneath the concrete foundation of the garden shed. As investigators broke through the decades-old concrete, the truth emerged in the form of human remains. Forensic analysis confirmed the skeleton belonged to a woman in her 40s, with evidence of blunt force trauma to the skull. A gold wedding band found among the remains bore an inscription, "To Alina, my eternal love." The case against Vincent Blackwood built rapidly. Now elderly and living in a care facility, his mind was sharp enough to understand the charges brought against him. When confronted with the evidence, his response chilled even the seasoned detective. "She wouldn't stop talking," Vincent said, his voice eerily calm. "Always chattering through that damned intercom, checking on me, questioning me. I disconnected it, but she rewired it herself. Said she wanted to always be able to reach me, no matter where I was in the house." He looked up, eyes vacant. "I just wanted quiet." During his confession, Vincent revealed how he had carefully constructed the narrative of Alina abandoning him, even sending postcards to neighbors from various locations, written in forged handwriting. He had lived in the house for years afterward, walking daily over the concrete where his wife lay buried. The trial was brief, with Vincent pleading guilty to murder. The sentencing judge noted the calculated nature of the crime and the decades of deception that followed. Daniel and Meredith eventually sold the house, unable to remain after learning its dark history. Before leaving, they held a memorial service for Alina in the garden, now restored after the investigation. The intercom system was removed during renovations by the next owners. Workers reported hearing static and whispers during the removal process, though they attributed it to interference from their power tools. Detective Reeves visited the Blackwood case file one last time before it was archived. As she closed the manila folder, she reflected on how the house itself had seemingly reached across time to reveal its secret. The justice system had finally caught up with Vincent Blackwood, but only because Alina had found a way to make herself heard. The case became known among local law enforcement as the house that answered back. Detective Reeves would sometimes drive past the property on her way home. She never stopped, but she would slow down, window rolled down slightly, listening for whispers carried on the breeze. Story 13. The old apartment had its quirks, pipes that groaned, floorboards that creaked, but the new tenant knew what she heard wasn't normal. The footsteps were too steady, too deliberate. They came from above, slow and measured, but she lived on the top floor. One night she worked up the courage to knock on the ceiling with a broomstick. The sound stopped, the silence stretched. Then a single knock came back from inside the ceiling. Sarah Coleman never reported the knocking incident to anyone. She convinced herself it was just the building settling, or perhaps some small animal that had found its way into the attic space. Even as the footsteps continued night after night, she adapted, turning up her television volume, wearing headphones to bed, anything to drown out the methodical footfalls that traced paths across her ceiling in the darkness. Detective Morris first heard about the apartment when a maintenance worker stumbled upon a hidden crawlspace during routine repairs. The worker had removed a section of drywall in the hallway outside Sarah's apartment to fix a water leak. Behind it, he discovered a narrow passage that shouldn't have existed according to the building plans. When he shined his flashlight inside, the beam illuminated a makeshift living space, food wrappers, water bottles, a soiled blanket, and a small notebook. The building superintendent called the police immediately. Detective Morris arrived with his partner, Detective Rivera, to find the maintenance worker pale and shaking. "Someone's been living in the walls," he kept repeating. "Someone's been watching." The notebook contained detailed observations of Sarah Coleman, her schedule, her visitors, what she ate for dinner, what shows she watched, when she showered, when she slept. The handwriting started out neat but grew increasingly erratic toward the final pages, with bizarre symbols appearing in the margins. "The subject no longer responds to my signals," read the final entry. "She has chosen to ignore me. No one ignores me." Forensics teams combed the crawl space and found fingerprints that matched no records in any database. They discovered a complex network of passages built into the walls and ceilings of the building, some dating back decades according to structural analysis. The passages connected to 5 different apartments, but ended in viewing points, small holes disguised as fixtures or minor damage in only one, Sarah Coleman's. The investigation team interviewed current residents. None reported anything unusual beyond the typical noises of apartment living. Former residents told a different story. 3 previous tenants of Sarah's apartment described feeling watched or hearing unexplained movements. One had moved out after only 2 weeks. None had reported their experiences, fearing they would sound paranoid. The break in the case came when forensics discovered microscopic blood spatter in one of the crawl spaces. DNA testing matched it to Martin Weaver, a former resident who had disappeared without explanation 4 years earlier. His family had filed a missing persons report, but the case had gone cold. He had lived in the apartment directly below Sarah's. Detective Morris re-examined Martin's disappearance. According to neighbors, Martin had complained about noises above his apartment. He had confronted the tenant living above him at the time, a quiet man named Edward who kept to himself. Shortly after, Martin vanished. Edward moved out the following month, leaving no forwarding address. Investigators tracked Edward's rental history and discovered a pattern. He had lived in 6 different apartment buildings over 20 years. In each case, he had requested top-floor units, made few social connections, and eventually left without notice. A neighbor from his 3rd residence remembered him as intense and recalled his frequent complaints about needing silence. The investigators found property records showing that Edward had purchased remote rural land. When they arrived at the location, they discovered a cabin with walls lined with photos and notes. Images of residents from various apartment buildings, including Sarah Coleman and Martin Weaver. Maps of ventilation systems and structural weak points. Detailed journals describing observations of the specimens and maintaining the habitat. In the center of the cabin stood a corkboard with newspaper clippings. Missing persons reports, 6 of them. All former apartment residents from buildings where Edward had lived. Deep scratches marked the wooden floor beneath the board, as if something heavy had been dragged repeatedly. Behind the cabin, cadaver dogs led investigators to a freshly disturbed patch of earth. Excavation revealed human remains, and then another grave, and another. As forensic anthropologists began the grim work of identifying the victims, Detective Morris returned to Sarah's apartment building. The crawl spaces had been sealed off, but residents still reported occasional noises. Maintenance workers installing new security systems discovered something tucked into a corner where the ceiling met the wall in the hallway, a small notebook, newer than the first one found. The first page contained only one line. They found my old nest, but not my new one. The writing matched the previous notebook. The last page held a crude drawing of Sarah's apartment layout with a new passage marked in red and a date for that night. Officers rushed to evacuate Sarah, but found her apartment empty. Her phone lay on the kitchen counter. Her television was still on. Her shower was running. In the bathroom, steam fogged the mirror. As it cleared, a message became visible, written by a finger on the glass. Look up. The ceiling panel above the shower had been removed. The manhunt for Edward continues. Investigators have identified him as Edward Mercer, former construction worker specializing in renovations. His knowledge of building structures had allowed him to create his hidden network of observation points and passages. Thermal imaging scans of Sarah's building revealed no signs of current habitation within the walls. Sarah Coleman remains missing. Her case has been linked to similar disappearances across multiple states. Authorities have issued warnings to apartment building managers about unauthorized modifications and hidden spaces. The image that haunts Detective Morris most is not the graves or the journals or even the photos of unsuspecting residents. It's the thought of Sarah, night after night, hearing those footsteps above her in an apartment with no upstairs neighbor. The footsteps that stopped when she knocked and then knocked back. Sometimes at night, alone in his own home, Detective Morris finds himself looking up at his ceiling, listening, waiting, and wondering who else might be listening too. Story 14. The old library was set to be demolished. The workers were nearly done when one of them stumbled upon a hidden latch in the bookshelf. With a soft click, the entire case swung open, revealing a narrow passage leading to a hidden room. The air inside was thick, untouched for decades. There was no furniture, just a chair in the center, bolted to the floor, and on the wall, scratched over and over, the same phrase repeated, "I am still here." The construction foreman radioed for the police. What began as a routine demolition quickly transformed into something far more sinister. The responding detective, Morgan Walsh, had seen his share of unusual crime scenes during his 20 years on the force, but nothing quite like this. He stood in the doorway, flashlight beam cutting through the darkness, illuminating the disturbing message that covered the walls. "Secure the scene," Walsh instructed the officers, his voice echoing in the confined space. "No one touches anything until forensics arrives." The history of the building painted an intriguing background. The library had been privately owned by the Harrington family, prominent figures in the community who had donated the building to the public after the unexplained disappearance of their daughter, Rebecca. She had vanished during her final year of college, leaving behind no trace except her abandoned car found near the woods. The case had gone cold despite extensive searches and interviews. The prevailing theory suggested she had run away to start a new life, though her family never accepted this explanation. They had insisted something more sinister had occurred. As forensic technicians carefully examined the hidden room, they discovered hair and fiber samples embedded in the chair. The scratches on the wall contained minute traces of blood and skin cells under the layers of dust. Initial testing indicated the biological material was consistent with a young female. The chair was designed to restrain someone, the forensic analyst noted, pointing to the bolt holes and weathered leather straps still attached to the arms. Whoever was kept here struggled intensely. Walsh assembled a team to dive into the Harrington family history. Something about the timing of the library donation nagged at him. It had been gifted to the community merely weeks after Rebecca's disappearance, a peculiar coincidence that now seemed potentially significant. Further investigation revealed another disturbing detail. The bookshelf concealing the hidden room had been installed by a contractor who had worked exclusively for Maxwell Harrington, Rebecca's uncle and the family patriarch. Financial records showed substantial payments to this contractor, far exceeding standard renovation costs. Former library staff were interviewed, each expressing shock at the discovery. None had known about the hidden space, though one elderly librarian recalled Maxwell spending countless hours alone in that section of the building after hours. She had assumed he was merely an avid reader seeking privacy. Maxwell always insisted that particular section remain untouched during renovations, she told investigators. He claimed the original woodwork was historically significant and irreplaceable. The investigation intensified when forensic results confirmed the DNA from the hidden room matched samples from Rebecca's hairbrush recovered from her old bedroom. The timeline became clearer and more disturbing. Rebecca had not run away. She had been imprisoned behind the bookshelf, potentially by someone within her own family. Detectives obtained a warrant to search the Harrington estate. In Maxwell's study, they discovered a leather-bound journal hidden in a false bottom drawer. The journal contained detailed entries spanning several months, describing an unhealthy obsession with his niece. The final entry was the most chilling. She threatened to tell everyone, "I cannot allow that. The room will hold her until she understands." Investigators tracked down Maxwell, now living in a coastal retirement community. During questioning, he maintained his composure initially, dismissing the hidden room as an architectural curiosity he knew nothing about. But when presented with the journal and DNA evidence, his fa-a-de crumbled. She was going to ruin everything, he finally admitted, his voice flat and emotionless. Rebecca discovered financial documents proving I had been embezzling from the family foundation for years. The family name meant everything. I couldn't let her destroy it. The confession painted a horrific picture. Maxwell had lured Rebecca to the library, subdued her, and imprisoned her in the hidden room. He had planned to keep her there until she agreed to silence, but something went wrong. During one of his visits, Rebecca had attempted to escape. In the struggle that followed, he had killed her. I panicked, Maxwell stated during his recorded confession. I buried her beneath the floorboards of the room and sealed it shut. Then I donated the building to ensure no one would ever renovate that section. Ground-penetrating radar confirmed the presence of human remains beneath the floor of the hidden room. Excavation revealed Rebecca's skeletal remains, still wearing the silver bracelet her parents had given her for her 20th birthday. The Harrington family attended Maxwell's sentencing, watching in somber silence as justice was finally delivered. Rebecca's mother clutched her daughter's recovered bracelet, the only piece of her they could bury properly after all these years. The library demolition was halted indefinitely as it became a site for mourning and reflection. Community members left flowers at the entrance, honoring a life cut short and a truth that had waited patiently behind a bookshelf to be discovered. In a sad twist of irony, it was Rebecca who had the final word. Her message, "I am still here," scratched desperately on the walls, had indeed ensured she would never be forgotten, and that justice, however delayed, would eventually find its way to the light. Story 15. She wiped the steam off the mirror, staring at her own reflection, but something was off. Her face looked right, her clothes the same. Yet the longer she stared, the more the unease grew. A flicker in the corner of her eye, a movement that wasn't hers. Then, as she turned away, the reflection stayed still watching. The case of Rebecca Thorne began with that unsettling moment in her bathroom. What followed would confound investigators and haunt a community for years to come. Rebecca lived alone in a modest apartment in a quiet suburban neighborhood. Friends described her as methodical, reserved, a woman who kept to herself but remained cordial with neighbors. She worked as a data analyst for a mid-sized company, her life defined by routine and precision. Nothing about her suggested she would become the center of one of the most perplexing criminal investigations of the decade. The first incident seemed innocuous. Rebecca noticed small objects in her apartment had been moved, nothing missing, just rearranged. A coffee mug placed on a different shelf, books reorganized, her toothbrush on the wrong side of the sink. She dismissed these oddities as moments of absent-mindedness, the natural result of working long hours under fluorescent lights, staring at spreadsheets until her vision blurred. Detective Marion Shaw received the first report when Rebecca, after weeks of these disturbances, finally contacted authorities. The initial assessment, nothing criminal, perhaps a case for mental health services rather than law enforcement. Shaw documented the complaint but filed it away among the stack of non-priority cases. There was nothing tangible, Shaw would later testify. No broken locks, no missing items, no signs of forced entry, just a woman who felt something was wrong in her home. The bathroom mirror incident changed everything. Rebecca described it in vivid detail during her second contact with police, how her reflection seemed to move independently, how she felt watched even when alone. This time she had evidence, a security camera she had installed herself, pointed at her front door. The footage revealed something that sent a chill through even the most seasoned officers. The grainy video showed Rebecca leaving for work in the morning. Then, 20 minutes later, someone who looked exactly like Rebecca used a key to enter the apartment. Forensic analysts examined the footage for signs of tampering or digital manipulation. They found none. The person entering the apartment moved like Rebecca, dressed like Rebecca, even carried the same distinctive leather bag Rebecca owned. But according to time-stamped footage from her workplace security system, Rebecca had already badged into her office building across town. "We're dealing with a doppelganger situation," Detective Shaw told her superior. "Someone who has studied Ms. Thorne extensively and can mimic her with uncanny precision." The investigation intensified. Fingerprints throughout the apartment matched only Rebecca. No foreign DNA was discovered. Neighbors reported seeing nothing unusual, just Rebecca coming and going as she always did. One neighbor, Mrs. Keller, mentioned she had greeted Rebecca returning home one evening and received no response, which she found uncharacteristic but not alarming. Rebecca began keeping a journal of disturbances. Small changes in her apartment multiplied. Food she didn't remember eating disappeared from her refrigerator. Her computer showed searches she hadn't conducted. Most disturbing, she found photographs on her own phone, selfies that looked like her but that she had no memory of taking. In some, her expression seemed subtly wrong, the smile too wide or the eyes too intense. "I feel like I'm going insane," she told Detective Shaw during their third meeting. "Or someone wants me to think I am." The breakthrough came when investigators discovered a pattern in the security footage. The doppelganger only entered when Rebecca left for specific appointments, therapy sessions, yoga classes, grocery shopping on Sunday mornings, activities scheduled in advance with predictable durations. "Someone knows your routine intimately," Shaw explained. "This isn't random, this is targeted surveillance and infiltration." A forensic psychologist suggested they were dealing with a fixation case, someone obsessed with becoming Rebecca, living her life, perhaps eventually replacing her completely. Such cases were rare but documented in psychological literature. The perpetrator typically had suffered a psychological break and fixed on a victim who represented something they coveted: stability, beauty, success, normalcy. The investigation narrowed when Rebecca mentioned a former colleague, Lily Winters, who had been dismissed after exhibiting increasingly erratic behavior. Lily had worked closely with Rebecca, often commenting on similarities between them. After her termination, she had sent Rebecca a series of disturbing emails. "We could be the same person," one read. "Sometimes I feel more like you than you do." Detective Shaw obtained a warrant to search Lily's residence. What they discovered transformed the case from disturbing to horrifying. One room in Lily's apartment had been converted into a shrine-like replica of Rebecca's bedroom. Photographs covered the walls, hundreds of images of Rebecca entering her apartment, shopping, meeting friends, all taken without her knowledge. A closet contained exact duplicates of Rebecca's wardrobe. Makeup matching Rebecca's preferred brands sat on a vanity, alongside detailed notes about her mannerisms, speech patterns, and daily habits. Most damning were the practice videos. Lily had recorded herself mimicking Rebecca's walk, her gestures, her expressions. The progression was evident: early attempts clumsy and obvious, later ones nearly indistinguishable from the real Rebecca. "She wanted to become me," Rebecca whispered when shown the evidence. "She wasn't just copying me, she was erasing me." Forensic technicians discovered sophisticated equipment for creating copies of keys and duplicating electronic access cards. Lily had maintained an elaborate system for tracking Rebecca's movements, including a calendar with detailed predictions of her schedule. What investigators couldn't determine was Lily's ultimate goal. Journals found in her apartment contained rambling entries that shifted between first and third person, sometimes referring to Rebecca as me and her in the same paragraph. The final entry chilled investigators. "Soon there will be only one of us. The stronger version will remain." When authorities moved to arrest Lily, she had vanished. Her apartment showed signs of hasty departure, drawers left open, some technology missing. A nationwide alert was issued. Rebecca entered protective custody, relocated to a secure location with continuous surveillance. For 3 weeks, authorities monitored every location associated with her prior life. Lily never appeared. The case took its final, disturbing turn when a security guard at Rebecca's former workplace reported something unusual. Rebecca had been seen entering the building despite being on leave. Security footage confirmed it. Someone who looked exactly like Rebecca had accessed the building using a valid ID card, proceeded to her former desk, and spent 40 minutes going through her files before leaving. Rebecca, still under protection at a guarded safe house, couldn't have been at the office. The implications became clear. Lily hadn't fled, she had made her move. She was now living as Rebecca, stepping into her life while the real Rebecca remained in hiding. The case remains officially open. Lily Winters has never been apprehended. Rebecca Thorne never returned to her former life, instead creating a new identity in an undisclosed location. Detective Shaw keeps a photograph on her desk. 2 women who look remarkably similar. One is Rebecca Thorne, the other is Lily Winters. Sometimes she studies their faces, looking for the differences, the tells that would distinguish one from the other. The truly terrifying part, Shaw often tells new detectives on the force, isn't that someone could look like you or sound like you. It's that they could want to become you so badly that they erase themselves in the process. Identity isn't just what we show the world, it's what we guard most carefully. And sometimes we don't realize its value until someone tries to steal it. Story 16. The apartment had been empty for months. The new tenants weren't expecting much when they moved in, just dust, maybe some forgotten furniture. But one door wouldn't budge. It was a closet locked from the inside. When the landlord finally forced it open, they expected old coats or junk. Instead, they found something chilling. The walls were covered in scratches, deep, uneven lines carved desperately into the wood. And in the corner, an old flip phone, its battery long dead, except for the single unread message still glowing on the screen. Detective Morgan Shaw had seen many disturbing scenes throughout her career. This one, however, made the hairs on her neck stand up, not because of any blood or obvious signs of violence, but because of what those scratch marks implied. Someone had been trapped inside that small space, fighting, desperate. "We need forensics here now," she said to her partner, Officer Reed, who was already photographing the scratches, "and get me the previous tenant records." The message on the phone simply read, "I know what you did." The landlord, a nervous man with perpetually damp palms, claimed the previous tenant had moved out without notice, leaving behind rent. a young woman, quiet type, kept to herself, left maybe 6 months ago. His eyes darted around, avoiding the closet, never caused trouble. Forensics revealed multiple blood samples embedded in the wall scratches. Most matched a single person, presumably the previous tenant, Emma Caldwell, age 28, reported missing by her workplace when she stopped showing up. But 2 other DNA samples were found. One remained unidentified in the system. The other belonged to someone who had supposedly been dead for 2 years. "This can't be right," Shaw muttered, staring at the lab report. Derek Mercer, convicted of assault 5 years ago, had reportedly died in a car accident. His dental records had confirmed the identification, yet his DNA was fresh on the closet walls. Emma's apartment told a story of interrupted life. Mail piled up, unwashed coffee mug in the sink, bed neatly made. Her phone records showed a pattern. Calls with her sister twice weekly until they suddenly stopped, and dozens of calls from an unknown number in the weeks before her disappearance. The sister says Emma mentioned a new boyfriend, Officer Reed reported. Never gave a name, just said he was intense and private. Surveillance footage from a convenience store near the apartment complex showed Emma entering her building one night, followed minutes later by a man in a baseball cap, face carefully angled away from cameras. The break came when forensics found partial fingerprints on the inside doorknob of the closet prints belonging to Derek Mercer. He faked his death, Shaw concluded. Question is why and what's his connection to Emma? The unidentified DNA sample led them to another missing persons case. Lynette Porter, who disappeared 3 years prior. Her case had gone cold, but her description matched a woman neighbors had seen visiting Emma's apartment several times. Shaw pieced it together while reviewing traffic camera footage. A car registered to Derek Mercer's mother was spotted near Emma's apartment building multiple times. The driver matched Derek's height and build. The investigation led to a remote property owned by Mercer's family. Behind heavy basement doors, they found Lynette Porter alive but severely malnourished, kept in conditions mirroring the closet where Emma had been trapped. "He made me watch," she whispered, eyes vacant. "Said I needed to learn what happens to girls who try to leave." Evidence mounted, journals detailing Mercer's obsession with control, photographs of women who matched Emma and Lynette's appearance, and most damning video recordings of Mercer forcing Emma into the closet. "She thought she could tell people about me," his voice said on the recording. "About us, nobody reveals my secrets." The manhunt for Derek Mercer stretched across jurisdictions. While authorities searched, forensic psychologists constructed a profile that chilled investigators. Mercer didn't just want to kill, he wanted to create suffering, to watch hope drain away in confined spaces. When they finally captured him at a bus terminal, Mercer was carrying a new identity and ticket to a coastal destination. In his backpack, a roll of duct tape, a hunting knife, and a newspaper clipping about Emma's disappearance. During interrogation, Mercer maintained a calm, almost pleasant demeanor. "She sent that text message herself," he said about the phone. "She wanted someone to find her, but she didn't deserve rescue." The trial revealed the elaborate scheme Mercer had created to fake his death, using dental records from a homeless man who matched his physical description. For 2 years, he had lived under the radar, targeting women who resembled his first victim. Emma's body was never found. Forensic evidence suggested she had eventually died in that closet, scratching desperately at walls that would never yield. The message on the phone had been her last attempt to implicate her killer. She had texted it to herself from Mercer's phone while he slept, knowing her battery would preserve it when the phone eventually shut down. The jury deliberated for just 4 hours before returning a guilty verdict on all counts. As the judge delivered a life sentence without possibility of parole, Mercer smiled slightly, as if the outcome satisfied some private logic only he understood. At the sentencing, Lynette Porter addressed the court. He locked us in small spaces because that's where his mind lives, trapped in darkness. But while he rots in his cell, I'll be standing in the sun. The case transformed department protocol for missing persons investigations, particularly focusing on relationship patterns and rental property searches. Detective Shaw kept the closet door from Emma's apartment mounted on her office wall, a reminder that sometimes the most terrifying crime scenes aren't covered in blood, but in the desperate marks of someone fighting to survive. Story 17. The apartment was old, the heating system groaned, the pipes rattled. It was nothing unusual. At least that's what she told herself until she heard it. A voice, faint but distinct, carried through the vents. It wasn't the usual murmurs of a neighbor on the phone. It was whispering, calling her name. She pressed her ear against the grate, heart pounding. A breath of cold air rushed past her cheek, and then softly, almost playfully, "I know you can hear me." Detective Morgan Shaw stood motionless in the center of the vacant apartment, her gaze fixed on the rusted vent cover that had been pried from the wall. The forensics team worked methodically around her, cameras flashing as they documented the scene. The victim, Alina Reeves, had been missing for 7 days before the building manager noticed the smell. What they found inside the ventilation system defied explanation. "She reported hearing voices through the vents," said Officer Patel, reading from his notepad. "Building management dismissed her concerns, said the old heating system made strange noises." Shaw knelt beside the vent, noting the scratch marks around its edges. "These weren't made by tools," she murmured. The gouges in the metal were deep, frantic fingernails desperately trying to remove the cover from the inside. The victim had been popular, well-liked, a kindergarten teacher with a warm smile and a collection of houseplants that still thrived on her windowsill. Her students had made her cards when she didn't show up for work. Her sister had filed a missing persons report. She became paranoid in the weeks before her disappearance, the sister had explained during her interview. Her voice trembled as she spoke. Alina was convinced someone was watching her, speaking to her through the vents in her apartment. "I thought it was stress from work." Shaw studied the apartment with new eyes, the perfectly made bed, the unwashed coffee mug in the sink, the chair positioned directly beneath the vent, as if someone had been sitting there listening. The forensics report revealed unexpected details. Fibers caught in the vent grating matched those from the victim's favorite cardigan. A partial fingerprint, not Alina's, was found on the inside of the vent cover. Most disturbing were the audio recordings recovered from Alina's phone. Shaw listened to them alone in her car, the rain drumming against the roof. Alina's voice came first, hesitant and frightened. "If you're real, say something." Silence stretched for 20 seconds before a response came, a whisper so faint Shaw had to turn the volume to maximum. "Alina, sweet Alina, let me in." The background check on the building yielded unsettling history. 7 tenants had vacated the apartment in the past decade, each breaking their lease early. 2 had filed complaints about noises in the walls. One had been treated for carbon monoxide poisoning, claiming hallucinations of voices calling from the vents. The building superintendent, a man named Harold Weber, had worked there for 15 years. His personnel file showed no red flags, though Shaw noted he possessed keys to every apartment. During questioning, he maintained an unnerving calmness. "The building makes noises," he said with a shrug. "People get spooked. Nothing supernatural about old pipes and settling foundations." But when Shaw asked about the previous tenants of apartment 4B, his demeanor shifted subtly. A tightening around the eyes, a slight tension in his shoulders. "I don't keep track of everyone who comes and goes," he replied, eyes fixed on a point beyond her shoulder. The investigation took an unexpected turn when forensics discovered a hidden access panel in Aliner's bathroom, concealed behind a loose tile. It connected to a narrow maintenance passage that ran between the walls, providing access to the ventilation system throughout the building. Inside this passage, they found a collection of items: a flashlight, a water bottle, food wrappers. Someone had been living within the walls, watching, listening, whispering. Shaw ordered a search of Weber's apartment. It was immaculate, almost sterile in its tidiness. Nothing out of place, nothing personal, until they checked his computer. The files were organized by apartment numbers. Inside folder 4B were hundreds of audio recordings, conversations, phone calls, the sound of Aliner singing in the shower, pictures taken through vents and tiny holes drilled in walls. A digital journal documented his relationship with her. "She hears me now," one entry read. "She listens for me, waits for me. Soon I will invite her into the walls with me." The most damning evidence came from a small storage unit rented under Weber's name. Inside, they discovered artifacts from previous tenants, jewelry, photographs, clothing preserved like trophies, a shrine to his connections with the people he watched. Weber was arrested trying to board a bus in the dead of night. He offered no resistance, only smiled serenely as the handcuffs closed around his wrists. "They all hear me eventually," he told Shaw during interrogation. "The building speaks to them through me." The coroner determined Aliner had been alive when she entered the ventilation system, likely coaxed in through the hidden passage. Sedative traces in her system suggested she was drugged. She had become disoriented in the maze of metal ducts, her oxygen depleting as she crawled deeper into the building's lungs, following the whispers that promised safety ahead. The families of former tenants came forward after the arrest. Some reported missing items. Others described loved ones who had become anxious, paranoid, convinced they were being watched. A pattern emerged spanning years: a predator hiding within the walls, selecting his victims, studying them, speaking to them through the vents until the whispers became their reality. At trial, Weber maintained an eerie composure. His attorney pursued an insanity defense, presenting psychological evaluations describing delusions of symbiosis with the building. The prosecution countered with evidence of meticulous planning: the modified vents, the carefully maintained passages, the detailed records of his victims' habits. The jury deliberated for just 4 hours before returning their verdict: guilty on all counts. As Weber was led from the courtroom, he turned to Shaw with a smile that never reached his eyes. "They'll still hear me," he said. "The building remembers. The whispers never stop." The apartment building stands vacant now. Despite renovations, new owners, fresh paint, no one stays long. Residents report strange sounds from the vents, whispers in the walls, cold drafts that carry voices. The heating system groans, the pipes rattle, it's nothing unusual. At least that's what they tell themselves. Story 18. It arrived in the mail, wrapped in a plain envelope with no return address. A single brass key worn with time. The homeowner didn't recognize it, but something about it felt familiar. When she slid it into every lock she owned, nothing turned. It wasn't hers. But when she placed it on the coffee table, the old grandfather clock in the hallway let out a single, hollow chime despite having been broken for years. Sarah Miller reported the strange occurrence to authorities after finding the mysterious key. What seemed like an odd mishap soon unraveled into one of the most disturbing criminal investigations the quiet suburban neighborhood had ever witnessed. The responding officer initially dismissed her concerns. A key in the mail, perhaps a mistake, he suggested. But Sarah insisted something felt wrong. The officer reluctantly took the key as evidence, mostly to appease her, placing it in a small evidence bag that would later become central to a sprawling investigation. Detective Robert Harmon received the case file during the morning briefing. A veteran investigator with the Special Victims Unit, he had developed an intuition for cases that would evolve beyond their seemingly innocuous beginnings. The brass key sat on his desk, unremarkable yet somehow unsettling. Background checks revealed Sarah had no criminal history. A retired high school English teacher, widowed, with 2 adult children living across the country. Nothing suspicious in her financial records, phone logs, or social media. She appeared to be exactly what she claimed, an innocent recipient of something strange. The forensic team found no fingerprints on the key besides Sarah's. The envelope yielded nothing except a generic postmark from the regional distribution center. No DNA, no trace evidence. The key itself was a standard Schlage, available at any hardware store, though well-worn and at least several years old. The breakthrough came unexpectedly when Detective Harmon decided to run the key's unique bidding pattern through the department database. A cold case from 7 years prior had documented an identical key pattern belonging to a storage unit where investigators had found blood-stained carpet, cutting tools, and photographs of unidentified women. The original investigation had stalled without sufficient evidence to identify a suspect. Harmon pulled the dusty case files. The detective who had worked the case had since retired. The storage unit had been rented under a false identity, paid in cash. Surveillance footage had long been overwritten. The evidence collected had yielded partial DNA samples, but no matches in any criminal database. The photographs recovered from the storage unit showed 5 different women, all appearing unconscious. Only 3 had been identified during the original investigation, all reported missing but never found. Their cases remained open, classified as suspected homicides without bodies. Sarah Miller recognized none of the women when shown the photographs. She grew increasingly anxious as the investigation proceeded, installing new locks and a security system in her home. The question lingered, why had someone sent her this key? Harmon ordered a fresh analysis of the original evidence using newer techniques. The partial DNA sample was expanded and run through genealogical databases. This yielded a distant familial match, a second cousin twice removed from the suspect. Working backward through family trees, investigators narrowed their focus to Harold Jenkins, who had lived 2 streets away from Sarah Miller until moving away approximately 6 years ago. his current whereabouts were unknown. Further investigation revealed Jenkins had been a substitute teacher at the same school where Sarah taught, though they had minimal documented interaction. His employment records showed scattered work history, long unexplained gaps, and frequent relocations. His former residence yielded nothing unusual upon inspection. Neighbors described him as quiet, unremarkable, someone who kept to himself, the common refrain that often follows revelations about predators hiding in plain sight. The big question remained unanswered: why send the key now? Why to Sarah Miller? Harmon theorized it might be a trophy, a warning, or perhaps a macabre invitation. The search for Jenkins intensified. His driver's license hadn't been renewed, no credit card activity, no tax returns. The digital breadcrumbs people typically leave behind were conspicuously absent, suggesting an intentional effort to remain untraceable. The true horror of the case emerged when authorities investigated a small cabin registered to Jenkins' deceased mother. Beneath the weathered wooden floorboards, investigators discovered a concealed room accessible only through a trapdoor. Inside, meticulously organized shelves held dozens of identical brass keys, each with a name and date engraved on a small attached tag. 5 keys corresponded to the women from the photographs. The remaining keys, 27 in total, presented a horrifying implication of additional victims previously unknown to authorities. Buried behind the cabin, forensic teams recovered human remains. The excavation continued for weeks as investigators unearthed multiple bodies in varying states of decomposition. Sarah received round-the-clock protection as the manhunt for Jenkins expanded nationwide. Behavioral analysts suggested the key represented a twisted invitation, Jenkins selecting Sarah as someone to appreciate his work. The press dubbed him the Keymaster, a name that spread rapidly across national headlines. Fear permeated the community as residents questioned how such horror had existed among them undetected. Detection dogs tracked a scent from the cabin into the surrounding wilderness. Search teams combed dense forest areas. Thermal imaging drones scanned terrain too dangerous for ground teams. The manhunt became one of the largest in regional history. A wildlife photographer hiking in remote woods captured an image of someone matching Jenkins' description. The grainy photograph showed a bearded man with hollow eyes carrying a backpack, heading deeper into the wilderness. Authorities closed in on the area, establishing a perimeter. Tactical teams navigated difficult terrain while psychological profilers predicted Jenkins would not surrender. They anticipated he might have prepared for this contingency with hidden supplies and escape routes. The final confrontation occurred when a patrol officer encountered Jenkins attempting to cross a river. Rather than surrender, Jenkins retreated to higher ground, where he barricaded himself in an abandoned fire observation tower. Negotiators attempted communication for hours without response. When tactical teams finally breached the tower, they found Jenkins dead from a self-inflicted wound. Beside his body lay a journal containing detailed accounts of his crimes, alongside a single brass key identical to the one Sarah had received. Inside a waterproof container, investigators discovered additional evidence, including photographs, maps marking burial locations, and personal effects taken from victims, a methodically preserved record of atrocities spanning nearly a decade. The journal's final entry addressed Sarah directly. "You never noticed me, but I noticed everything about you. The key opens nothing because what I wanted to give you cannot be unlocked with metal, only with recognition. Now everyone will remember my name." The subsequent investigation identified 32 victims in total. Families who had spent years wondering about missing loved ones finally received answers, though the closure came with the unbearable weight of confirmed tragedy. Sarah never returned to her home, unable to reconcile the horror that had brushed so close to her ordinary life. The grandfather clock that had mysteriously chimed was examined and found to contain a small wireless receiver Jenkins had been watching, waiting for the moment she received his gift. The case remains one of the most disturbing examples of predatory behavior hiding beneath a veneer of normalcy. Psychological researchers continue studying Jenkins' writings, seeking insights to identify similar offenders before they act. And somewhere in an evidence locker, a collection of brass keys sits in silent testimony to lives cut short, each key opening nothing, yet unlocking a devastating truth about the darkness that sometimes hides behind unremarkable facades. Story 19. The package had no return label, no tracking number, just a cardboard box, slightly damp from the morning dew. It wasn't meant for her. Her address was right, but the name was wrong. She should have ignored it, should have left it on the porch, but curiosity won. She peeled back the tape, expecting books, clothes, something harmless. Instead, inside was a VHS tape, a single sticky note attached. "Watch alone." Sarah Miller stared at the black plastic rectangle resting in her palms. The weight felt wrong, somehow heavier than it should be, as if bearing the gravity of something forbidden. Her fingers traced the worn edges of the tape, feeling the small imperfections in the plastic casing. The handwritten note bore the pressure marks of someone who pushed the pen too hard against paper, urgency in every stroke. The suburban neighborhood around her continued its mundane symphony, a dog barking in the distance, children playing somewhere beyond her fence, the mechanical hum of a lawnmower cutting through the morning air. Normal life carried on, unaware of what had just been delivered. Sarah brought the package inside, setting it on her kitchen counter while doubt crept into her mind. The name on the box, Daniel Whitaker, meant nothing to her. She had lived in the house for nearly 4 years and never received mail for anyone by that name. The previous owners had been the Johnsons, an elderly couple who moved to be closer to their grandchildren. Curiosity and unease battled within her as she glanced at her VCR, a relic she kept mostly for nostalgia. Something about the tape called to her a mystery wrapped in worn black plastic. Against her better judgment, Sarah slid the tape into the machine. Static filled the screen, at first white noise that gradually sharpened into focus. A dark room appeared, dimly lit by a single lamp. The camera angle was low, slightly askew, as if hastily placed. A man sat in a wooden chair, his face initially obscured by shadow. "My name is Daniel Whitaker," the man spoke, his voice quiet but steady. "If you're watching this, someone found you, which means they'll find me too." He leaned forward, revealing a face marked by sleepless nights and constant vigilance, deep-set eyes, several days of stubble, hair disheveled. "I didn't kill her, I need you to know that, but they found my fingerprints, my DNA, even though I never touched her." The camera shook slightly as Daniel adjusted it, revealing more of the sparse room, bare walls, minimal furniture, the temporary dwelling of someone prepared to leave at any moment. They planted everything. The police report will say I knew her, that we argued, that witnesses heard us fighting. None of it's true. I never met Catherine Walsh until I saw her face on the news. His voice cracked slightly. Dead, murdered in her home, and somehow my DNA was all over the crime scene. Detective Eliza Ramirez studied the identical VHS tape on her desk, the fifth one to surface. 5 tapes, 5 different recipients, all with the same desperate message from Daniel Whitaker, a man officially listed as the primary suspect in Catherine Walsh's murder. A man who had vanished without a trace the day her body was discovered. The Walsh case had been straightforward at first. Young professional woman found strangled in her bedroom. No forced entry, signs of a struggle. DNA evidence pointing clearly to Whitaker, whose fingerprints were already in the system from a minor offense years earlier. Neighbors reported seeing a man matching his description near her home several times in the weeks before. Cell phone records placed him in the vicinity on the night of the murder. Open and shut until the tapes started appearing. The tapes complicate things. Detective Ramirez spoke into her recorder as she updated her case notes. Whitaker is either executing an elaborate misdirection or exposing something much darker. She reviewed her evidence board photos of Catherine Walsh smiling at a company event, the crime scene photos too disturbing to dwell on, maps showing the locations where the packages had been delivered, and in the center, Daniel Whitaker's driver's license photo. His eyes seemed to follow her, pleading. The investigation took an unexpected turn when Ramirez discovered Catherine Walsh had been involved in a whistleblower case against her employer, PharmaCorp, a powerful pharmaceutical company with government contracts. Walsh had discovered irregularities in their clinical trial data evidence that they had covered up serious side effects in a new drug rushing to market. She was going to testify, a former colleague whispered to Ramirez during an interview, constantly glancing toward the door. Catherine had documents, proof that executives knew about the problems and buried them. The trial was next week. The detective began noticing strange inconsistencies. The DNA evidence was almost too perfect, found in locations that made little logical sense for the crime. The witness testimonies about Whitaker seemed rehearsed, with identical phrasing across different statements. And most disturbing, security footage from nearby buildings mysteriously corrupted for the exact window of time surrounding the murder. Sarah Miller received a second package 3 days after the tape. This one contained documents, clinical trial reports, internal memos, email printouts, all from PharmaCorp, all bearing Catherine Walsh's digital signature, all proving she had been right. The investigation shifted. Detective Ramirez connected with recipients of the other tapes, piecing together Whitaker's breadcrumb trail. He had worked IT security for a contractor that serviced PharmaCorp systems. He had never met Catherine, but he had seen her name flagged in an unusual security protocol he wasn't meant to access. They were monitoring her, Whitaker explained in a second tape that surfaced. I saw the surveillance orders in the system. They knew she was gathering evidence, and then I found myself locked out of the network. The next day she was dead, and somehow I became the killer. The case broke when Sarah Miller noticed something on her copy of the tape that others had missed. A reflection in a window behind Whitaker showed a row of storage units. Working with Detective Ramirez, they identified the location. Inside Unit 217, they found everything. Daniel Whitaker's journal documenting the conspiracy, the original files Catherine had collected, and most damning, detailed plans for framing Whitaker, written in the handwriting of PharmaCorp's head of security, a former police detective with access to evidence collection protocols. Justice arrived not in a dramatic arrest, but through the steady accumulation of evidence that could not be denied. 3 executives were indicted. The head of security confessed, accepting a deal to testify against his employers. The drug was pulled from market consideration. Daniel Whitaker emerged from hiding, gaunt and changed by his time as a fugitive. The charges against him were dropped, but the experience had marked him permanently. Sarah Miller met him once when he came to retrieve his tape. They spoke briefly on her porch, the same spot where his package had first arrived. "Why me?" she asked. "Why send it to my address?" He looked at her with tired eyes. "The algorithm chose you. I needed people with no connection to me or Catherine, people they wouldn't be watching. People who might still trust their own judgment when the news said I was guilty." The former suspect and the accidental witness stood in silence, contemplating how thin the line between justice and manufactured truth could be. Sarah finally spoke. The wrong address turned out to be exactly the right one. The VHS tapes were logged into evidence, physical reminders that sometimes the truth arrives in unexpected packages, bearing unfamiliar names, waiting for someone curious enough to look inside. Story 20. Renovations were always bound to uncover strange things, old newspapers, broken trinkets, forgotten photographs. But when the couple pulled up the floorboards, they didn't expect to find a letter folded neatly beneath the wood. The paper was brittle, the ink faded, but the message was clear: "Don't trust the one who knocked." Before they could react, 3 sharp raps echoed through the empty house. The discovery sent chills down their spines. Sarah and Michael had purchased the Victorian-era home at an estate auction, charmed by its ornate moldings and rich history. They never imagined their renovation project would unearth something so unsettling. Detective Alina Reed arrived with her partner, the floorboards still pulled up, exposing the dark cavity beneath. Her weathered hands, marked by years of handling evidence, carefully extracted the note using gloved fingers. The couple had touched it, already unavoidable contamination. Reed studied their faces as they recounted the knocking sound. Their fear seemed genuine. Background checks revealed nothing suspicious about Sarah and Michael. Newlyweds, good credit, stable jobs. The house, however, had a more complex history. Previously owned by the Hargrove family for decades, it had been vacant for 2 years following the death of the last resident, Margaret Hargrove, an elderly widow who lived alone. Neighbors described Margaret as reclusive but pleasant. No known enemies, no suspicious circumstances around her death, natural causes, according to the coroner. Yet something felt off. Forensic analysis dated the note to approximately 20 years earlier. The handwriting exhibited signs of distress. Pressure points suggested fear or urgency. Margaret would have been in her 60s then, living with her husband, Franklin, who had passed away 5 years before her. Reed expanded her investigation, digging through county records and interviewing former acquaintances of the Hargroves. Franklin had been respected in the community, a retired teacher with a passion for woodworking. Several pieces of his handcrafted furniture still remained in the house. A former student of Franklin's remembered him as kind but troubled during his final teaching years. He became paranoid, the student recalled, kept mentioning someone watching him. We all thought it was early dementia. The breakthrough came when Reed interviewed Margaret's sister, now living in a nursing home. Her memory faded in and out, but certain details remained sharp. Margaret was afraid of him near the end, she whispered. Not Franklin, no. The man who came knocking, the collector. Reed leaned forward, the collector. Franklin owed money, gambling debts. The man would come knocking. 3 times, always 3 knocks. Margaret wanted to sell the house to pay him off, but Franklin refused. Reed returned to the house, this time with a forensic team. They removed more floorboards, searching the crawl space methodically. The cadaver dogs found it first beneath the foundation, wrapped in plastic. A male skeleton, skull fractured in multiple places. Dental records confirmed it wasn't Franklin Hargrove. Franklin had been cremated, his ashes scattered according to his wishes. This was someone else, someone who had never been reported missing. Further excavation revealed more a wallet preserved inside the plastic. The ID inside belonged to Victor Mercer, known to police as a loan shark and collector for an illegal gambling operation. He had vanished 20 years ago without a trace. The case pieced itself together through forensic evidence and Margaret's diaries found hidden in the attic. Franklin had accrued substantial gambling debts. When Mercer came to collect with threats against Margaret, Franklin snapped. The workshop tools became weapons. The crawl space became a tomb. The note became a warning. Margaret had helped clean up, not out of malice, but out of fear and devotion. Her diaries revealed the torment she lived with afterward. I hear the knocking sometimes, even when nobody's there. 3 knocks, always 3. Franklin says it's my imagination. After Franklin died of a heart attack, Margaret lived alone in the house, never remarrying, never moving, keeping the secret beneath her feet. Her diary entries became increasingly paranoid. The knocking continues. I fear someone knows. The case was officially closed. The remains of Victor Mercer were returned to his remaining family. Justice, cold and delayed, had finally been served. Sarah and Michael sold the house, unable to live with its history. It remains vacant, the renovations abandoned. Local rumors claim that sometimes, in the dead of night, 3 distinct knocks can be heard echoing through the empty halls. Whether it's the settling of old wood or something more sinister remains unknown. The note remains in evidence storage, its message a chilling reminder. Don't trust the one who knocked. Margaret never specified whether she meant Mercer, Franklin, or perhaps someone else entirely, someone who had discovered their secret and used it to torment her in her final years. Some mysteries, Detective Reed noted in her final report, are never fully solved, even when we think we know the truth. Story 21. The envelope was old, its edges yellowed, but the stamp was fresh mailed just days ago. The detective opened it carefully. Inside was a single sheet of paper, its message typed in a hurried, uneven font. I am sorry for what I did. The paper felt damp. The smell of iron clung to it. Only then did they notice the reddish smear along the bottom edge. It wasn't ink. Detective Sarah Morgan placed the letter in an evidence bag, her gloved fingers handling it with practiced precision. The forensics team had already confirmed what she suspected. The reddish stain was human blood, and it matched DNA collected from an unsolved homicide case that had haunted the department for years. The victim had been a young journalist named Rebecca Warren, found in her apartment with multiple stab wounds. Her laptop was missing, her notes scattered across the floor, suggesting the attack might have been connected to a story she was working on. The case had gone cold despite hundreds of interviews and countless hours of investigation. Now this letter had arrived at the police department, addressed simply to Homicide Division. The paper and envelope revealed few fingerprints, only smudges, suggesting the sender had worn gloves. The postmark offered their first real light in months. Morgan assembled her team in the briefing room. The walls were covered with crime scene photos, timelines, and suspect profiles that had led nowhere. She pinned the image of the letter at the center of the board. "This changes everything," she told the room. "Our killer feels remorse." Detective James Chen, who had been partnered with Morgan since the beginning of the case, studied the letter. "Or wants us to think they do," he countered. "The blood could be theatrical, a way to taunt us." The forensics team traced the typewriter's unique impression patterns to a model that hadn't been manufactured in decades. Rare, but not impossible to find. They began contacting antique shops and collectors throughout the region. As the investigation gained momentum, they revisited Rebecca's life. Her editor described her as tenacious, dedicated to exposing corruption. Her latest assignment had involved investigating a wealthy family with connections to local politics. The family patriarch had died recently, leaving behind a contentious will and siblings accusing each other of manipulation. The detectives interviewed Rebecca's boyfriend, Michael Barnes. During their first conversation months ago, he had appeared devastated, providing a solid alibi. Now, with the letter in evidence, they noticed subtle changes in his demeanor, nervous glances, a slight tremble in his hands. Rebecca mentioned someone was following her, he admitted during this new interview. "I thought she was being paranoid because of her investigation. I should have listened." While the detectives pursued this angle, a second letter arrived. The same typewriter, the same blood. This time the message was longer. She knew too much about the family, about the inheritance, about what happened to the old man. I never meant for it to go that far. The investigation led to the mansion of the deceased patriarch, where they interviewed the eldest son, Richard. His collection of antiques included several vintage typewriters. When asked about them, his explanation seemed rehearsed, too polished. The breakthrough came when the forensics team discovered microscopic fibers on the envelopes that matched custom stationery used exclusively by the family's youngest daughter, Eleanor. Upon questioning, she revealed that Richard had asked to borrow her stationery a month earlier. A search warrant for Richard's home revealed a hidden room containing newspaper clippings about Rebecca, surveillance photos, and a vintage typewriter matching the one used for the letters. The blood analysis confirmed it belonged to Rebecca. What the detectives hadn't anticipated was the connection between Richard and Michael. Bank records showed substantial payments from Richard to Michael in the weeks before Rebecca's murder. When confronted, Michael broke down. "She told me she found evidence that Richard had poisoned his father to speed up his inheritance," Michael confessed. "I told Richard what she knew. It was just supposed to scare her into dropping the story. I never thought he would kill her." The final piece fell into place when Eleanor came forward with a recording. She had secretly captured a conversation between Richard and Michael discussing how to deal with Rebecca. Richard's voice was clear. "She needs to be silenced permanently." Richard was arrested while attempting to flee. The prosecution built their case around the letters, the typewriter, the financial transactions, and Eleanor's recording. Michael took a plea deal in exchange for his testimony. During the trial, Richard maintained his innocence, claiming Michael had acted alone and was framing him. but the evidence was overwhelming. The jury deliberated for less than a day before returning a guilty verdict. As Richard was led away in handcuffs, Detective Morgan approached Rebecca's parents in the courtroom. No words could bring back their daughter, but the conviction brought a measure of closure. The blood-stained letters remained in evidence storage, a reminder that even the most carefully planned crimes leave traces, and that remorse, whether genuine or tactical, can be the undoing of those who believe they've committed the perfect murder. The case of Rebecca Warren became a landmark example in detective training, teaching new investigators that sometimes the breakthrough doesn't come from high-tech forensics, but from something as simple as an old typewriter and the weight of guilt pressing down on a killer's conscience. Story 22. The old box was buried under decades of junk in the attic, a forgotten relic of the house's previous owners. Inside were faded Polaroids, mostly of birthdays and family gatherings, normal, innocent, until she reached the last photo. It was taken in her living room, the same couch, the same curtains, but the family sitting there wasn't hers. And behind them, barely visible in the dim light, was a man standing in the hallway watching. Rebecca felt a chill creep up her spine as she studied the photograph. Her fingers trembled slightly, causing the edges of the Polaroid to vibrate. The family in the image, a woman with honey blonde hair, a man with thick glasses, and two children smiled at the camera, unaware of the figure lurking in the shadows behind them. Their expressions frozen in a moment of happiness while danger stood just feet away. She carried the photo downstairs, the wooden steps creaking beneath her weight. The house had always felt too big, too empty since she'd moved in 4 months ago, but now it felt suffocating. Rebecca placed the photograph on her kitchen counter and stared at it under the harsh fluorescent light. The similarity was undeniable: the archway leading to the hallway, the distinctive crown molding, the bay window that let in the morning sun. This was her house, but these people were strangers. The detective arrived wearing a weathered leather jacket that had seen its fair share of crime scenes. Detective Morgan had deep-set eyes that missed nothing, scanning the photograph with methodical precision. He ran a gloved finger along the edge of the Polaroid, flipping it over to examine the blank back. "The family that sold you this house, the Nelsons, how much do you know about them?" he asked, his voice a low rumble. "Almost nothing," Rebecca admitted. "The sale went through a realtor. They had already moved out of state." Morgan nodded, his expression giving nothing away. "Mind if I take this? Our team might be able to identify the family in the photo." The investigation began quietly. Rebecca learned the Nelsons had purchased the house from a family named Crawford. The Crawfords had lived there for 7 years before moving suddenly. Before them, the Mornos had owned the property for nearly a decade. Detective Morgan worked backwards through property records, interviewing former neighbors and building a timeline of occupants. The break came unexpectedly. A former mail carrier recognized the family in the photo. "That's the Sutherlands," he said with certainty. "They lived in that house for only about a year, then they just disappeared. Mail piled up for weeks before being returned. Everyone assumed they moved without telling anyone." The Sutherland family had vanished without a trace. 4 people gone, no change of address, no records of enrollment in new schools for the children. Their cars were never found, bank accounts untouched, as if they had simply ceased to exist. Forensic analysis dated the Polaroid to approximately 15 years earlier. The technician pointed to small details in the image: the distinctive pattern of dust particles in the air, the unnatural stillness of the subjects. "This was taken with a timer," she explained, See how they're all positioned perfectly. Someone set up the camera and then had to rush into position. But if the Sutherlands had set up the camera themselves, who was the figure in the hallway? Enhanced imaging revealed more details about the shadowy presence. Tall, male, wearing what appeared to be dark clothing. His face remained obscured, but his posture suggested he was watching intently. He stood perfectly still, as if he belonged there, as if he had every right to be in that house. Detective Morgan discovered a pattern. Before the Sutherlands, another family had lived in the house for exactly 1 year before disappearing, and before them, another. 5 families over a span of 5 years, all vanishing without explanation, always after exactly 1 year of residency. Rebecca had been in the house for 4 months. The investigation uncovered building records from decades earlier. The house had been built by a renowned architect with a sterling reputation, but the project manager had disappeared near completion. His replacement, a man named Samuel Whitfield, had finished the job. Police archives contained a single photograph of Whitfield, a tall, slender man with hollow cheeks and penetrating eyes. When digitally aged and compared to the figure in the Polaroid, the match was undeniable. But Samuel Whitfield had reportedly died in a construction accident shortly after the house was completed. His body was never recovered from the collapsed foundation of another building site. The basement became the focus of the investigation. Ground-penetrating radar revealed anomalies beneath the concrete floor, inconsistencies in density that shouldn't have been there. When the jackhammers broke through the surface, the smell hit them first. Beneath layers of concrete and soil, they found them. Not just the Sutherlands, all of them. Every missing family, perfectly preserved in the cool, dry earth. Among their possessions was a camera. The same camera that had taken the Polaroid found in the attic, and dozens more photographs, each showing a different family, smiling, unaware of the figure watching from the shadows. The house was sealed off as a crime scene. Rebecca would never return. As investigators cataloged evidence, they discovered a crawl space in the attic, hidden behind a false wall. Inside was a small cot, photography equipment, and a journal filled with meticulous observations of the families who had lived there. The final entry was dated just 3 days earlier. "The new one is different. She found my photograph too soon. I'll need to accelerate my timeline." Rebecca moved to a hotel under police protection. Her phone rang during the night, waking her from a fitful sleep. When she answered, there was only the sound of breathing, then a click, followed by the mechanical whir of a Polaroid camera ejecting a photo. The investigation continues to this day. The house stands empty, its windows dark, its secrets not fully revealed. No one has been able to locate Samuel Whitfield, if that was ever his real name. Some investigators believe he died decades ago, while others insist he simply moved on to a new location, a new identity, a new house. And somewhere in a darkened room, photographs are developing new families, new homes, new watchers in the shadows. The only certainty is that those who seek the truth about the man in the photograph are now being watched themselves. Story 23. The coffee shop had been his routine for years, same table, same order, same silence. The barista knew his face, but no one knew his name. One day he didn't show up. When the police checked his usual seat, they found a wallet left behind. Inside was a driver's license with a photo, but no name, no address, just a blank space where his identity should have been. When they pulled security footage, they saw something impossible. He had walked in, he had sat down, but he had never left. Detective Sarah Mercer pressed her fingertips against the cold metal table as she reviewed the security footage again. The stranger, now referred to as John Doe in the case files, appeared normal on camera. Average height, unremarkable features, wearing a navy coat and carrying a worn leather messenger bag. Nothing about him stood out, which made his disappearance all the more unsettling. "Play it again," she instructed the tech specialist. The footage showed John entering the coffee shop during the morning rush. He ordered his usual black coffee, no sugar, and made his way to the corner table partially hidden by a decorative plant. He sat down, opened his bag, removed a notebook, and began writing. Occasionally he would sip his coffee and look out the window. Then came the crucial moment. He placed his wallet on the table, stood up, and walked toward the restroom hallway. But he never returned to his table. He never exited through any door. He simply vanished. "And check the bathroom footage," Mercer said. "That's the thing," replied the specialist. "He never entered any bathroom. We've checked every camera angle. It's like he dissolved into thin air." Back at the station, Mercer spread the contents of the wallet across her desk. The driver's license photo matched their mystery man, but where personal information should have been, there were only blank spaces. The credit cards bore no names, just 16-digit numbers that, when run through the system, connected to no existing accounts. Cash in various denominations, neatly organized. A receipt from the coffee shop dated 3 days prior. And a single business card blank on both sides, except for a phone number printed in faint gray ink. When Mercer dialed the number, the line connected, but no one spoke. She could hear what sounded like paper rustling, perhaps pages turning. After 30 seconds, the call disconnected. The barista who had served John for years couldn't provide much information. He never talked much, always polite though, tipped well. I think he might have had an accent, but he spoke so softly it was hard to tell. "Did he ever meet anyone here, have conversations?" Mercer asked. "Never, always alone, always writing in that notebook." The notebook remained on the table alongside the abandoned wallet. Its pages contained line after line of what appeared to be code or ciphered text. Cryptographers from the department struggled to make sense of it. Some pages contained sketches, architectural drawings of buildings that matched no known structures in the area. Mercer assigned officers to canvass the neighborhood with photos of John Doe. No one recognized him. No missing persons reports matched his description. His fingerprints weren't in any database. It was as if he existed solely within the confines of that coffee shop. During her investigation, Mercer noticed something odd about the security footage. Each morning when John entered the shop, the time stamp on the camera would flicker momentarily. The tech specialist dismissed it as a system glitch, but Mercer wasn't convinced. She returned to the coffee shop and sat at his table. From this vantage point, she could see both the entrance and the hallway leading to the restrooms. Between them hung an antique mirror, its frame ornately carved with symbols similar to those in John's notebook. When the shop owner arrived, Mercer questioned him about the mirror. "That thing been here longer than I have, came with the building. Heavy as sin, takes 2 men to move it." "Has it ever been moved for cleaning or redecorating?" "Not in my time, why?" Mercer approached the mirror, studying her reflection. The glass had a slight distortion to it, making the reflection seem deeper than it should be. She placed her hand on its surface, expecting cool glass, but instead felt an unusual warmth. The forensics team arrived to examine the mirror. When they removed it from the wall, they discovered a small hollow space behind it. Inside was a stack of identical wallets, each containing a driver's license with the same photo but blank information fields. Beside them sat a leather-bound journal filled with entries dating back decades, all written in the same hand as the notebook left on the table. The final entry read, "The experiment must end. They're getting closer. The window is closing." Investigators found fingerprints throughout the hidden space, all matching John Doe. Carbon dating of the earliest wallet suggested it was approximately 50 years old, yet the photo showed the same unaged face. The journal entries described what appeared to be experiments in temporal displacement and identity transference. References to crossing back and window points were scattered throughout. One paragraph stood out to Mercer: "The coffee shop serves as an anchor point, a place where realities intersect. The mirror acts as the gateway. When alignment occurs, passage becomes possible." As the investigation deepened, strange incidents began occurring around the coffee shop. Customers reported seeing their reflections move independently in the window glass. Several claimed to have spotted John Doe sitting at his usual table, though security cameras showed no one there. The break in the case came when an elderly woman contacted the police station asking about the investigation. She introduced herself as Margaret Keller, a former physicist who had worked on classified government projects. She recognized John Doe from the news reports. "His name was Daniel Weston," she explained. "He was a brilliant theoretical physicist who disappeared while working on an experimental project involving quantum mirror surfaces that could potentially allow matter to pass between parallel realities." Keller provided documents showing Weston had been presumed dead after a laboratory accident. The date of his disappearance matched the earliest entry in the journal found behind the mirror. "He believed our reality was just one of many existing simultaneously," Keller continued. "He theorized that certain locations served as weak points between these realities, places where someone could potentially cross over." Mercer returned to the coffee shop with this new information. The building, she discovered, stood on land that had once housed the very research facility where Weston had worked. The coffee shop had been built directly over the laboratory where he disappeared. The case reached its climax when Mercer, reviewing security footage alone late one night, noticed something on the recordings that previous viewings had missed. In the background, reflected in the mirror, John Doe Daniel Weston could be seen watching himself sitting at the table. Two versions of the same man existing simultaneously. When Mercer rushed to the coffee shop to re-examine the mirror, she found it shattered on the floor. Amidst the broken glass lay a final note written in the familiar handwriting: "The experiment is complete. The window is closed. Do not attempt to follow." The case of the man who didn't exist remains officially unsolved. The coffee shop closed shortly after the investigation, the building eventually demolished. Daniel Weston's body was never found. His notebooks and journals disappeared from the evidence room under mysterious circumstances. Detective Mercer resigned from the force soon after. Neighbors occasionally spot her sitting on her porch, writing frantically in a notebook identical to Weston's. On her wall hangs a fragment of an antique mirror, its surface sometimes appearing to ripple when no one is watching. Story 24. At first it was just a flicker, a glitch in the baby monitor's feed. The mother dismissed it as interference, but then the audio crackled and a voice whispered, "SHHH, go back to sleep. Her blood turned to ice. She ran to her son's room, heart pounding, but the crib was empty. The window was closed, the door still locked. The only thing out of place was the stuffed rabbit on the floor, its glassy black eyes staring up at her. Rebecca would later tell investigators she screamed until her throat burned raw. The neighbors heard her cries and called emergency services. When authorities arrived, they found her clutching the stuffed rabbit, rocking back and forth on the nursery floor. The 4-month-old infant, Samuel, had vanished without a trace. The initial investigation yielded few leads. No signs of forced entry were discovered. The security system remained armed throughout the night. The recorded baby monitor footage showed nothing unusual until that mysterious voice and static. Investigators were baffled. How could an intruder enter a locked home, take a child, and leave without disturbing anything except a stuffed animal? Rebecca became the primary suspect. Her husband Daniel had been away on business. Their marriage had been strained since Samuel's birth. Medical records revealed Rebecca had sought help for postpartum depression. A detective noted her calm demeanor during questioning, describing it as unnervingly composed for a mother whose child had just disappeared. The community whispered behind closed doors. Then came the first breakthrough. The forensic team discovered microscopic fibers on the nursery windowsill that matched neither the household fabrics nor the family's clothing. These fibers belonged to a rare type of climbing rope, suggesting a skilled intruder might have accessed the second-floor nursery from outside. The investigation shifted. Security footage from neighboring homes revealed a dark figure moving between shadows during the night in question. A partial footprint in the garden soil matched a specialized boot used by military personnel and experienced climbers. Rebecca was no longer the focus. Daniel returned from his business trip, distraught and confused. During his interview, investigators noticed unusual calluses on his hands. When questioned, he mentioned rock climbing as a hobby he had recently taken up to manage stress. The detectives exchanged glances. Financial records revealed a troubling picture. Daniel had recently taken out a substantial life insurance policy on Samuel. Phone records showed multiple calls to an unknown number that ceased the day before the abduction. The case took a darker turn when investigators discovered Daniel had a second family in another community, a fact unknown to Rebecca. As the investigation deepened, the baby monitor became the central piece of evidence. Digital forensics revealed the device had been hacked. The signal had been intercepted and manipulated. The voice that whispered to go back to sleep wasn't coming from inside the nursery. It had been remotely broadcast to the receiver Rebecca kept by her bedside. The tracking of the digital intrusion led investigators to a residential basement where they made a shocking discovery. Samuel was found alive, being cared for by a woman named Elaine. She surrendered without resistance, her eyes vacant as she was handcuffed and led away. The connection emerged through old photographs and DNA testing. Elaine was Daniel's first wife who had suffered a miscarriage years earlier. Their marriage had dissolved after that tragedy, but Elaine had never recovered from the loss. She had been monitoring Daniel's life through social media, watching as he built a new family with Rebecca. Daniel denied any involvement, but digital evidence told a different story. His climbing equipment contained fibers matching those found on the windowsill. His specialized boots matched the partial print in the garden. Most damning of all, encrypted messages between Daniel and Elaine detailed their plan. He would provide access to the home security system. She would take the child they both claimed was rightfully hers, and the insurance money would support their new life together. During the trial, the courtroom fell silent as the prosecution played the enhanced audio from the baby monitor. Beyond the whispered words that had chilled Rebecca that night, forensic audio specialists had isolated another sound in the background: Daniel's distinctive cough, placing him at the scene during the abduction he claimed to know nothing about. The jury deliberated for less than 5 hours. Daniel and Elaine received maximum sentences for kidnapping, conspiracy, and endangering a child. Rebecca and Samuel relocated to rebuild their lives away from the painful memories. The case transformed how investigators approach modern abductions. Baby monitors across the country were examined for security vulnerabilities. Parents implemented additional safeguards in nurseries. Security experts warned of the increasing sophistication of crimes that leverage technology against the most vulnerable victims. Samuel would grow up never remembering the night he disappeared. Rebecca kept the stuffed rabbit locked away in a box in her closet. She couldn't bring herself to discard it, nor could she look at those glassy black eyes that had witnessed what truly happened when the baby monitor carried that whispered voice through the darkness. The monitor never lied. It had captured the truth, just not in the way anyone expected. Story 25. They found it in the attic, hidden beneath a tattered blanket. A porcelain doll, delicate and old, its painted blue eyes wide and unblinking. Neither of them had ever seen it before. They laughed it off, just another forgotten antique. But that night, as they settled into bed, something felt off. The air was heavier, the silence stretched, and in the morning the doll wasn't in the attic anymore. It was sitting at the foot of their bed. The young couple, Sarah and Michael, had purchased the Victorian house at auction, enchanted by its ornate woodwork and mysterious charm despite rumors about its troubled past. They were drawn to the history embedded in its walls, not knowing they would soon become part of it. Detective Rachel Winters received the call on a crisp autumn morning. The female victim had been found in the master bedroom, her body arranged in an unnatural pose, arms and legs bent at precise angles. Her eyes were open wide, a look of terror frozen on her face. The male victim was discovered in the hallway as if he had been trying to escape. The scene was immaculate, no signs of forced entry, no evidence of a struggle beyond the final moments. The positioning is deliberate, Detective Winters noted, speaking quietly into her recorder as crime scene photographers captured every detail. The female victim appears posed like a doll removed from a display case. The investigation began with thorough interviews of neighbors. One elderly woman recalled seeing a shadow moving behind an upstairs window when the couple should have been at work. Another mentioned hearing what sounded like a child's laughter coming from the empty house during the night. Each account added another layer of unease to the growing case file. The forensic team uncovered microscopic fibers throughout the house, vintage cotton and silk, consistent with materials used in antique doll clothing, most concentrated around the victims' bodies and the attic space. More disturbing was what they didn't find. No fingerprints besides the victims, no DNA from any intruder, no footprints in the dust that shouldn't have been there. It's as if whoever did this was never physically present, the lead forensic analyst remarked. The investigation turned to the history of the property. Records revealed a pattern: 3 previous owners over 6 decades had died under mysterious circumstances. Each case remained unsolved, with files noting strange inconsistencies. One family reported finding antique toys in rooms they had just cleaned. Another documented hearing footsteps when no one else was home. Detective Winters discovered a newspaper clipping from decades earlier. A renowned doll maker had once lived in the house with his daughter. The child had died under suspicious circumstances, and the father was questioned but never charged. Before taking his own life, he had completed one final doll said to be a perfect replica of his daughter. The inventory list from when Sarah and Michael purchased the house mentioned no such doll. As Detective Winters dug deeper, she found a pattern connecting all victims. Each had made modifications to the house, specifically to the attic space. Sarah and Michael had begun renovations the week before their deaths, planning to convert the attic into a home office. The breakthrough came when examining old photographs found in a hidden compartment beneath the attic floorboards. Black and white images showed the doll maker with his collection, but one doll stood out identical to the one described in initial police reports, the one found by Sarah and Michael. In the images, the doll appeared in different positions, sometimes seeming to move between photographs taken moments apart. Infrared scans of the walls revealed something chilling: tiny handprints, invisible to the naked eye, trailing from the attic to the master bedroom, along with a strange residue that analysis identified as porcelain dust mixed with organic material that couldn't be classified. The case took an unexpected turn when Detective Winters interviewed a distant relative of the doll maker. The woman shared family rumors about the doll maker using unorthodox materials and techniques, supposedly incorporating human elements into his most prized creations to give them life. She spoke of rituals performed to bind spirits to objects, knowledge the doll maker had acquired during travels abroad. The most perfect dolls, she whispered, were never meant to be just toys. The investigation stalled after that revelation. No suspects could be identified. No conventional explanation fit the evidence. The case remained active but grew cold. Detective Winters requested to keep the doll as evidence, securing it in a locked cabinet at the station. The morning after, officers found her office door ajar, the cabinet empty. The detective herself was discovered seated at her desk, unharmed but disoriented, with no memory of the night before. The security cameras showed nothing but static during the hours in question. The house was sold again at auction, its troubled history driving the price down despite its architectural value. The new owners found the attic empty, except for a tattered blanket folded neatly in the corner. The doll was never recovered, and the deaths of Sarah and Michael joined the list of unsolved cases that would occasionally be referenced in hushed tones around the detective department. Some claimed to have glimpsed it in evidence storage, though inventory checks never confirmed its presence. Detective Winters retired early, citing personal reasons. On her last day, she removed a single item from her personal files, a photograph of the doll maker with his collection. She sealed it in an envelope marked "Never Open" and locked it away. The new owners reported no disturbances, having decided to leave the attic untouched. But sometimes, on quiet nights, neighbors would report seeing a small shadow moving behind the attic window and hearing what sounded like the gentle laughter of a child. Story 26. The house had been vacant for years. The neighbors said no one had lived there since the young woman went missing. Yet when the new tenants moved in, they found the bedroom locked from the inside. After prying it open, the air was stale, heavy with dust, but something wasn't right. The bed was made, the mirror wiped clean. On the desk, a single candle had melted down to nothing, its wax pooling like frozen tears. And then they saw it, the notebook, open to a page with fresh ink. The last entry was dated the night she disappeared. Detective Morgan read through the notebook's pages while forensic technicians dusted the room for prints. The writing belonged to Elise Winters, age 26, reported missing by her parents almost 5 years prior. Her handwriting flowed across the pages in neat, precise strokes until the final entry, where the pen had pressed harder, leaving indentations on subsequent blank pages. "I know he's watching me tonight," the final entry read. "The same car has passed by 3 times. I've called for help, but no one believes me. If something happens, know that it wasn't random." The detective closed the book, slipping it into an evidence bag. The smell of dust and something else, a faint chemical odor, lingered in the room. The landlord stood in the doorway, arms crossed, face pale. "I swear we checked every room before listing it for rent," he muttered. "That door wasn't locked." Elise had been working as a paralegal for Harriman and Associates, a prestigious law firm handling several high-profile corporate cases. Colleagues described her as meticulous, dedicated, and increasingly withdrawn in the weeks before her disappearance. She started staying late, her supervisor told investigators during a recorded interview. Said she discovered something in the Westridge acquisition files that didn't add up, numbers that were changed, documents that were backdated. The detective studied photographs of Elise' auburn hair, serious eyes behind rectangular glasses, always professionally dressed. The woman in the photos seemed too calculated to simply disappear, too organized to leave without a trace. The bedroom yielded few clues, no signs of struggle, no blood, just a perfectly preserved moment in time, as if Elise had stepped out for coffee and intended to return. The candle on the desk was black wax, unscented. Beneath it, heat had warped the wood surface. "What did you find?" Morgan asked the forensic lead. "Multiple fingerprint sets, most degraded with age. The interesting part is what's missing. The doorknob was wiped clean inside and out, same with the window latches." The investigators removed the baseboards, checked behind outlets, and searched for hidden compartments. When they pulled up a loose floorboard near the closet, they found it a small waterproof case containing a flash drive and a key. The key opened a safe deposit box at Northern Trust Bank. Inside was a second flash drive and several folders of documents. The papers detailed financial transactions between Westridge Pharmaceuticals and offshore accounts linked to several partners at Harriman and Associates. Digital forensics recovered the contents of both drives. They contained audio recordings and spreadsheets documenting manipulated drug trial data for Westridge's flagship medication, Neuropax. The recordings featured Elise's voice and that of a man identified as Vincent Harriman, senior partner. "These numbers can't go public," Harriman said in one recording. "The side effects were present in almost 40% of patients, not 4% as we reported. If this gets out, the firm is finished and Westridge stock becomes worthless overnight." "People are dying," Elise responded. "The seizures are happening exactly as the original data predicted." "This conversation never happened," Harriman replied. "Remember, what we discuss happens inside these walls stays here, for everyone's protection." Detective Morgan connected with pharmaceutical regulators, who confirmed that Neuropax had been quietly pulled from the market after a cluster of patient deaths matched the side effects documented in Elise's hidden files. Investigators subpoenaed Harriman's personal and corporate records. They found nothing directly linking him to Elise's disappearance until they discovered charges for an industrial cleaning service at his vacation property the day after she vanished. When police searched the property, they found microscopic blood traces matching Elise's DNA profile despite the thorough cleaning. The evidence was circumstantial but damning. The mystery of the locked room remained unsolved until Morgan reviewed security footage from neighboring properties. A figure matching Harriman's build approached the house during heavy rain on the night Elise disappeared. The footage showed him entering, but never leaving through any visible exit. The detective returned to the bedroom with a structural engineer. Together they discovered a hidden passage in the back of the bedroom closet, connecting to maintenance tunnels that ran beneath several blocks of older homes in the neighborhood. The passage had been sealed with new drywall and painted to match the original wall. Vincent Harriman was arrested during a board meeting. When confronted with the evidence, he maintained his innocence, claiming Elise had been planning to leave the country with the documents. She was unstable, paranoid, he told investigators. She manufactured evidence to damage the firm after we passed her over for promotion. The jury disagreed. Footage recovered from Elise's own hidden camera, tucked inside a bookend on her shelf, showed Harriman entering her room that night. The recording ended abruptly with him approaching her desk where she sat writing. Prosecutors theorized that after killing Elise, Harriman locked the door from inside using a simple trick with string and a hook, escaping through the hidden passage. He had returned years later, before the new tenants arrived, to ensure nothing remained to implicate him. In doing so, he inadvertently preserved the scene exactly as investigators needed to find it. Harriman was convicted of first-degree murder despite no body ever being recovered. The pharmaceutical executives implicated in the fraud faced separate charges. The families of patients who died from Neuropax side effects filed a class action lawsuit that exposed systemic corruption. At the sentencing hearing, Elise's mother addressed the court. "My daughter's room remained untouched, preserving the truth she gave her life to reveal. She never left that room, not really. Her pursuit of justice remained locked inside, waiting for someone to find it." The new tenants never moved in. The house stands empty once more, its secrets exposed but not forgotten. Locals avoid walking past it after dark. Some claim to see a light in the upstairs window, the bedroom where a young woman made her final stand against powerful men who thought their crimes would stay hidden forever. Justice came for Elise Winters, not in life, but in the evidence she left behind. The room she never truly left became both her tomb and her testimony. Story 27. She stepped in through the front door, dust swirling in the stale air. The house had been abandoned for years, its walls peeling, its furniture draped in sheets. Exploring felt like stepping into a frozen moment in time except for one thing. The doors, every one of them led back to the same room. No matter where she walked, no matter which handle she turned, she always ended up back in the parlor. The only way out was the way she came in. But when she turned back, the front door was gone. The discovery of Morgan Pierce's body transformed the abandoned Victorian from local curiosity to crime scene. Detective Sarah Lynn stood at the threshold, watching forensic technicians move through the dim interior like ghosts. The house had acquired a certain notoriety among locals, the house where compasses spun wildly, where people reported feeling watched. Now it held secrets far darker than urban legends. Initial examination suggests she's been dead approximately 3 days, the medical examiner said, his voice barely above a whisper. Cause of death appears to be asphyxiation. Morgan had been found seated in an antique chair in the parlor, positioned to face the main entrance as if waiting for someone. Her expression peaceful, hands folded neatly in her lap, no signs of struggle, no defensive wounds. The scene possessed an eerie stillness that experienced investigators found unsettling. "Who reported finding the body?" Lind asked, scanning her notes. "Real estate agent showing the property to potential buyers," her partner responded. They entered, saw her sitting there, thought she was trespassing until they got closer. The house had remained unoccupied since the death of its previous owner, Eleanor Blackwood, nearly 5 years earlier. Family disputes had left the property in legal limbo, unwanted, unsold, and largely forgotten except by vandals and thrill seekers. Morgan Pierce was 26, a graduate student researching architectural anomalies for her thesis. Friends described her as methodical, ambitious, and fascinated by spaces that defied conventional design. The abandoned Victorian, with its reputation for disorienting visitors, would have been irresistible to her. Her roommate reported her missing 2 days ago, Lind noted. Said Morgan mentioned visiting the house where people get lost for her research. The investigation revealed Morgan had visited the house multiple times in the weeks before her death. Her journal entries described strange acoustic properties, unexpected cold spots, and doors that seemed to lead to different rooms each time she opened them. In her final entry, she wrote of bringing specialized equipment to document what she called spatial inconsistencies. That equipment was nowhere to be found. The autopsy revealed an unexpected detailed trace amounts of a rare alkaloid in Morgan's system, derived from a plant used in certain shamanic rituals. The substance was known to cause disorientation and vivid hallucinations, but not in quantities sufficient to be lethal. She wasn't a recreational drug user, her boyfriend insisted during questioning. Morgan was rigorous about her research methods. She wouldn't have compromised her perception deliberately. Digital forensics recovered fragments of deleted messages on Morgan's phone. Conversations with someone who shared her fascination with the house, someone who claimed to understand its secrets. The messages grew increasingly intimate and cryptic. "The house remembers what happened there," one message read. "It wants someone to know." The investigation led detectives to Adam Reeves, an architectural historian who had corresponded with Morgan. His expertise in rare spatial phenomena had drawn her attention, and their professional relationship had evolved into something more personal. When questioned, Reeves appeared genuinely devastated by her death. "The house has a reputation," he explained. The original architect incorporated optical illusions and false perspectives. He designed it to confuse and disorient. Morgan believed there was something more to it, something beyond tricks of design. But Reeves had an alibi for the estimated time of death. Security footage showed him giving a lecture at a university symposium several hours away. The breakthrough came from an unexpected source, Eleanor Blackwood's grandson, now living abroad. When contacted by investigators, he revealed a family secret kept buried for generations. "My grandmother wasn't the only Blackwood to die in that house," he said. "There were others, always found in the parlor, always looking peaceful. The family called it the claiming." He provided investigators with journals dating back decades, documenting deaths initially ruled as heart failure or stroke. The pattern was unmistakable. Individuals who spent significant time in the house eventually succumbed to what the family euphemistically called the influence. A secondary search of the property revealed a hidden compartment behind the parlor fireplace. Inside, investigators found Morgan's missing equipment and something else. A small chamber containing artifacts from numerous indigenous cultures, arranged in a precise geometric pattern. At the center sat a carved figurine, its features worn smooth by handling across generations. Analysis identified the carving as representing a deity associated with liminal spaces, thresholds between worlds. Residue on the artifacts matched the alkaloid found in Morgan's system. The case took another turn when forensic analysis of dust patterns in the house indicated someone else had been present when Morgan died. Partial fingerprints not matching Morgan's or any known visitors were recovered from doorknobs throughout the house. 3 weeks into the investigation, Adam Reeves was found dead in his apartment. Like Morgan, he was seated facing the entrance, expression peaceful, with the same alkaloid in his system. Clutched in his hand was a key that matched no lock in his apartment, but fit perfectly into the hidden compartment in the Victorian. In his final email, sent to himself as if preserving a record, Reeves wrote, "The house doesn't trap you physically, it traps your perception. Morgan was right, the doors led where they've always led, but something makes you think you're going in circles. Once you realize the truth, you can leave any time, but by then you don't want to." The case officially remains open, classified as suspicious deaths under investigation. The Victorian has since been condemned, access restricted by authorities, yet rumors persist of lights seen inside during certain nights and of visitors who enter but are never seen leaving. Some locals insist the house claims those who understand its secrets too well. Others believe Morgan and Reeves discovered something powerful and ancient, something that exists in the spaces between conventional reality. The truth remains as elusive as an exit in a house where all doors lead back to the beginning.